aspect built into our program because we know how important that is for our students and our families to have a sense of community. Normally, the teacher and the student have a very close relationship, and the parent is kind of left out of that process when you're in face-to-face school. You may meet it a couple times during a parent-teacher conference, but at Hillsborough Virtual, the teacher, the student, and the learning coach, which may be a parent or another academic facilitator, closely work together to meet the student's needs. So behind me is my classroom, and so they'll know if there's something fun going on. I'll have the astronaut out. I hope you join us at Hillsborough Virtual K-12. You can visit our webpage at hillsboroughschools.org/virtual.
Hello, I'm Melissa Snively, Hillsborough County School Board member representing District 4, and you're watching Hillsborough Schools TV. Together, we are preparing students for life.
Hi, I'm Nadia Combs, Chair of the Hillsborough County School Board. I want to welcome you to Hillsborough County Public Schools. We serve more than 200,000 students. That includes children in preschool through adults in our workforce program.
I'm Henry Shake Washington, the Board Vice Chair. Our district is the 7th largest in America, and our team is made up of more than 24,000 people working at nearly 250 sites across the county.
Our district is diverse and dedicated. Our board meetings are held in our board auditorium on select Tuesdays at 4 p.m. The best way to serve our students and our community is to involve you, the public, in what we do.
You are welcome to email or meet with any of our board members and follow our district on social media. Board meetings are covered live by Hillsborough Schools TV on Spectrum Cable Channel 635 and Frontier Cable Channel 32.
Meetings are also streamed live on our website at hillsboroughschools.org. Closed captioning is provided on all broadcasts, and past meetings are available in our online archive.
We are interested in what the public has to say. We'll include time for audience comments before we address our business items. Our agenda and any supporting materials can be viewed online in advance. They're posted 7 days before each meeting on our website at hillsboroughschools.org.
Our vision is preparing students for life, and that means all students, every day. Todos los estudiantes, todos los días. Thank you for your interest in education. With your help, we're making decisions that shape our community's future.
The board meeting of February 22nd, 2022 is called to order. Member Washington will now lead us in a moment of silence, followed by a Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Now please stand for the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Member Washington, will you please acknowledge our student entertainment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to invite the Roland Park K-8 violin and conducted by Raymond Vance Evers. Mr. Evers, you know, I'm glad I spoke to you earlier. I would have called your name something else. Van Evers. Yeah, I got to practice, that's right. We'd like to bring you up to the podium where you're the director and let you introduce this. I want them to introduce themselves. It's more exciting when they introduce themselves. Okay, who's first?
Hi, my name is Amani Madison and I'm in 3rd grade.
All right.
Hello, my name is Audrey Carrera and I'm in 5th grade. Hello, my name is Reagan Leung and I'm in 4th. Hello, my name is Olivia Miller and I'm in 4th grade.
Hi, my name is Quinn Madison and I'm in 2nd grade.
Hi, my name is Hunter and I'm in 4th grade.
Hi, my name is Evan Giller and I'm in 4th grade.
Hi, my name is Renton Gretman and I'm in 4th grade. Hi, my name is Coulter Allen and I'm in 4th grade.
Hello, my name is Kavani Sanders and I am in 3rd grade.
Hello, my name is Miguel and I'm in 5th grade.
Hi, my name is Corey Van Sievers and I'm in 5th grade.
Hello, my name is Cora and I'm in 5th grade.
Hello, my name is Lena and I'm in 5th grade.
Hello, I'm David and I'm in 4th grade.
Hello, I'm Raymond Van Siever Sr. I'm the violin teacher at Roland Park, and I'd like to thank the board and Mr. Davis and everyone for allowing us this opportunity today. Thank you.
Thank you all. And you did a great job for entertainment also. Thank you very much.
Yes, and thank you to all the students. A lot of us had a chance to go out there and listen to you, and it's so wonderful to have all of you back and be able to have live music at our school board meetings again. So thank you all very much. We have 2 withdrawn items today. We have 401A, which is approve administrative appointment transfers from the chief of schools, and 714, which is approve a partnership with Building Tomorrow Schools Incorporated to provide high-quality public educational facilities. I need a motion and a second now to adopt the agenda. I have a motion by Member Gray, and I have a second by Member Washington. Any discussion? Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Let the record reflect that all board members are present with the exception of Member Vaughn, who will be attending virtually. Board members, I'd like to go over the format of today's meeting. As a reminder, we're a nonpartisan board who believe that all children can be empowered to learn to succeed, and our decisions will be made with that understanding. To pave the way for efficient and effective agenda statements and/or questions, board members will have 3 minutes to speak with 30 seconds for final thoughts. Afterward, the superintendent can respond. If you have further questions, you're asked to get back into the queue. Member Washington will now read the board guidelines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we begin this afternoon meeting, let me quickly review the format for our school board meetings. Please silence all electronic devices. There are speakers in the room behind me that allow members to hear the meeting upon stepping away from the dais. This meeting can be viewed with closed caption on live webcasts, on cable TV, and on video monitors here in the auditorium. It also can be viewed with closed caption in the online video archives.
Thank you, Member Washington. We have 1 item scheduled for time certain, and that's 6 p.m., and that's employee input. The board welcomes comments from citizens and values your input to the board. In order to provide the most comprehensive responses to your comments, our staff will follow up with you and will keep our board informed about the responses. Our school board respects the public's right to speak to the board, and we appreciate you taking the time to be here. However, it is requested when you address the board comments are not directly personally against a board member or staff member, but rather directed at the issues. Any behavior intended to interrupt the orderly conduct of this meeting will not be allowed. Our civility policy is in place. When addressing the board, please state your name and speak clearly into the microphone. This afternoon, each speaker will have 3 minutes. When there are 30 seconds left, you will see a yellow light on the lectern and a red light, and a chime will indicate when your time is up. So we will now begin with our first speaker.
Name is Bob Smith. I'm here speaking on behalf of Sylvia Cantrell. I've known this the naming of the new school. I've probably known Sylvia ever since 2nd grade, and she showed up in 1955 over at Ballast Point Elementary School. From Ballast Point, we went over to Monroe, where she was part of 5 different organizations over there. Cheerleader, Future Teachers of America, as well as others. We then went over to Robinson High School, and from there she was part of 15 different organizations. Cheerleaders, Future Teachers, again, everything that she was part of, it had to do with the school body itself, council. She was part of student council. Everything she did was uniting the students as well as the faculty and people together. She was just a pleasure to work with. If you go back into biblical times, you earned your name sometimes. When you were born, you were given a name, and then through your achievements, you were given, or your accomplishments, you were given a name. It brings the name of me, I think of a person by the name of Joseph, and it's not the Joseph you're thinking about. This is Joseph, who went around with all the disciples and all the apostles just doing everything he could, bending over backwards to help them get the job done. This man got a new name later on. We know that person's name is Barnabas. Barnabas was known as the encourager. Sylvia Cantrell has been an encourager all of her life. Going back to the wonder years, when we go back to elementary school, when we wonder what we're going to do, Sylvia had no doubt her entire life what it was that she wanted to do. She wanted to work in education. She did that not only while she was there at the school, she did it after she graduated. I know she got her first teaching job in 1970. From there she went on, but she encouraged. She had many accolades. She had a PhD, she had a master, she had all of these different things, but she took all of these different lessons, and everything that she accomplished was not for her, it was for somebody else. It was for the students and those around her. She was a teacher's teacher. She was someone the students could go to. She was there for them and nobody else. You could always come to Sylvia. She would take the time to encourage you no matter what was going on. And I guarantee you today, if you were to say that, ask her how she felt about this, she would say there's many more people here that's much more worthy than what I am. It's just an honor to be nominated, because that's Sylvia. Not only is she an encourager, but she is one of the most humble person I've ever met. And I am here today as her encourager to speak to you to hope to encourage to name a school after her. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Board of Education, Superintendent Davis, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Edgar Fosfit. I'm Vice President of Business Development for Troy Banks. Prior to working for Troy Banks, I spent 26 years working for the New York State Public Service Commission. The last 15 years as hearing officer, and 80% of those hearings I held were due to overbilling by utility companies. During the 26 years, I spent 20 years on a school board, 15 as a president. In 2017, I contacted the Hillsborough CFO for a possibility of auditing the school's utility and telecom accounts. In 2018, Troy Banks received a signed contract, letter of authorization, began the audit. The audit recovered over $2 million in refunds and savings for Hillsborough. Troy Banks also found where TECO is overbilling the school each month for franchise pass-through fees. In February 2019, Troy Banks submitted a claim to TECO. It was denied. Troy Banks went to the Florida PSC and confirmed that the claim was warranted. TECO has stonewalled the efforts to get the monthly overbilling corrected. Overbilling claims are now this overbilling claim is worth over $1 million to the school district. The school's administration has been aware of the claim since the initial claim letter. Troy Banks succeeded in getting another LOA in 2000. Our energy auditor looked again at the school's bills. Another $300,000 overbilling had occurred since we did the last audit. The school board administration is legal and moral guardians of the taxpayers' money. The board and administration cannot let the overbilling continue. Troy Banks has provided the knowledge of overbilling, the proof of overbilling, the expertise to recover these funds. What Troy Banks need now is for the board and administration to step up to the plate and help and work with Troy Banks to resolve these TECO issues. So far, this has not happened. In my 50 years of dealing with overbilling issues, I have never seen any business or school district not wanting to help secure rightfully owed refunds. It's been 4 years. It's time to wrap up these overbilling issues. Respectfully submitted, Ed Fosfit.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Paula Castano, Hillsborough Public School Advocates. All parents who choose traditional public schools should have the choice of sending their kids to fully funded schools set up for academic success. California, Texas, and Florida are the most populated states and below the 2022 national average of approximately $12,000. Florida is at approximately $7,758 per pupil, and along with these two states has the highest, you guessed it, charter school numbers. Providing more substandard school choices to our brown and black populations with limited oversight is not the answer. Many legislators and our education commissioner have financial ties to these school choices. Mr. Corcoran just visited Jacksonville Classical Charter, which ironically also hosted the City Council Forum with local school officials and was also hosted by a political group. Hillsborough Public School Advocates is nonpartisan. I am a no-party affiliate. Politics and money should not be playing a role in our public schools. The Tampa Bay Times chairman owns an outside company that helped bail out the paper. 2 well-respected charter school billionaires are in that company. One has a tie to the Florida Department of Education's School of Hope. So the same paper compares Hillsborough County to Pasco and Pinellas. As a former intelligence analyst, I can explain why that analysis and many other points were flawed from that paper. The article tried to refute hundreds of studies, some most recently funded by the National Institutes of Health. All the research indicates that poverty-related disparities are correlated to child development and school readiness. Please note, Hillsborough County, the nation's 7th largest school district, has a poverty rate higher than the national average. Closing schools, providing more substandard schools is not the answer. California has figured it out. A community schools approach addresses the whole child. Please listen to Pat tonight. You need to take a stand and violate the corrupt legislation coming from our Florida legislature, or nothing in this county or state will change. Vice Chair Washington, one point I want to make to you that could also help with the Transformation Network is the state director of HIPPY just called me, Dr. Jordan. She is phenomenal. If you have never talked with her, and Addison, you would love her because everything she does is research-based. She's in charge of HIPPY for home instruction for parents of preschool youngsters, and I'm going to introduce you to her in March. I think she could play a key role. Thank you.
Thank you. And if speakers 4 through 7 could line up, please, that would be great. And speaker 4, if you can just please come up and introduce yourself. And the remaining, please stand up against the wall. I would appreciate it. Thank you.
My name is Michael Albritton. I'm here, Madam Chair, members, to speak to you today about my wife of 50 years, Sylvia Albritton. There are many reasons why you would want to consider Sylvia to be named for the new school. Probably one of the ones that I would like to point out is that she is a product of this school system. She went to elementary school, junior high school, and high school here in Hillsborough County. Upon graduating from FSU, she came back as a teacher, a classroom teacher, at the age of 20, and began her teaching career at Lato High School. She went on to Robinson. She became a dean at Plant, stayed there as an assistant principal, came back to Robinson, became principal. From there, went to Tampa Bay Tech, and after that, another county level job where she worked with many of the non-traditional educational programs that we find in the school, through the school system. She's the first graduate of her family. So she wanted to make sure that people like her were able to take advantage of all the system could offer. She was most proud that she went back to Robinson as a principal, and from there went on. She was an innovator in many programs at the high school level, and one of those was that while she was at Plant, they began wearing college regalia at graduation, and it changed the whole face and the whole temper of graduations. She was involved in many other innovative programs that she helped introduce and foster here as a principal and as a countywide administrator. But today she continues to teach even after being retired after a career of 45 years. In fact, tonight she is at Tampa U, University of Tampa, teaching a philosophy of education course. 2 teachers currently employed by Hillsborough County School System who are aspiring to get their masters. So I could go on, and perhaps many of the letters of kind words and thoughts have been expressed. I think what I would really like to say is that many of the former students and teachers and colleagues stepped forth and said that she was deserving. So she was most appreciative of all of that. And she would say one thing only, is just give me the kids. That's where I'm going to be the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. I'm also speaking today to ask you to consider naming the new school after Dr. Sylvia Cantrell Albritton. My name is William Cantrell Albritton. When my brother and I were children, everywhere we went, as a family, we were stopped. The grocery store, the mall, restaurants, parking lots. It seemed like everyone knew my mom and wanted to speak with her. It was weird. I thought she was famous. Now, that experience gave me an unrealistic notion of how educators are viewed by society. What I realized later was my mom wasn't famous. She was merely respected for making an impact on countless students and families as an administrator at the 2 high schools in South Tampa. As a teacher myself, I can say that not all those in education are treated with such love. I was at a child's birthday party at the Main Event video game place recently, and 2 students who attend my school pretended they didn't see me. It's fine. I'm not my mom. When I was looking for a school to hire me, my mother asked me if I was interested in working in the jail, like her. Yeah, that's right. She retired after being a principal for 15 years and then taught in the jail. I said, no, not interested. Sorry, Mom. Some people thought she was crazy for doing that. Not her. She said those kids needed a teacher too. Anyway, my brother and I were the principal's kids when we attended Robinson. But unlike when we were younger, it wasn't weird. We could see firsthand why people stopped us, by the amazing relationships she had with our fellow students. We were all her kids. If her name were placed on a school board building, or school building, it would be a lasting reminder of the impact she had on all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Clay, and I'm a disability advocate. I'm here this afternoon in solidarity with the Hillsborough County Disability Caucus, and we strongly condemn the actions of the bus driver who placed a chokehold on a child with autism. We are calling for an investigation into the actions of the driver and an immediate review regarding the policies in place to protect children with disabilities in the classroom, on school property, and while being transported by bus, and the use of any type of restraint. The history of this school district reflects a long-standing disregard for the safety of children with disabilities, and apparently continues to do so. Florida Statute 1003.573 addresses widespread concern about the use of restraint on students with disabilities in public school. The law went into effect on July 1, 2010. The law establishes standards and procedures regarding the use, monitoring, documentation, and reporting of restraint on students with disabilities. The law establishes 3 important rights. 1, notification and copies of incident reports. 2, protection against mechanical restraint that restricts a student's breathing. And 3, protections against manual or physical restraint that restricts a student's breathing. Florida statutes in 2021 further clarified restraint techniques may not be used to inflict pain to induce compliance. And it further goes on to say that each school district shall adopt positive behavior interventions and supports and identify all school personnel authorized to use the interventions and supports. Where's your plan? Bella Herrera, Jenny Caballero, anyone remember their names? These are 2 children with disabilities who died while in the care of this district. I guess you haven't learned. The video shared with WFLA was provided by a student on the bus. Because of a hard drive issue, the camera on the bus did not capture the incident. The police determined no crime had been committed, yet they were unable to see the entire incident. I guess we'll have to simply rely on the words of the bus driver. Were any positive behavior interventions tried? An obviously terrified child is heard to say, "If you're going to kill me now." He thought he was going to die. If the bus driver thought this child was going to get off at the wrong stop, why didn't he simply close the door? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, and if we could have speakers 8 through 11 line up against the door, that would be great, or against the wall. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jessica Dubois. I'm the chair of Hillsborough Public School Advocates. When I was a child, I loved Nancy Drew. She had such great instincts about clues and how to solve real-world mysteries, but inevitably, there was always a red herring that threw her off her case. That's what's happening here in Hillsborough County and across the state. I'm pleading with parents watching at home, with media following public education issues, and all of our elected officials. Wake up. Let's review some facts. Florida is the third most populous state in the country, with Tampa and Hillsborough County ranked as the 15th fastest growing city according to Real Estate News. Yet we have $5,000 less per pupil funding just to meet the national average. Don't believe articles about proposals passing through the Senate that are doing amazing things for public education funding. Current proposed legislation only gives us $239 extra per student. There are many tactics being used to siphon funds away from public education, including financial penalties for local mask mandates. Also, teacher pay is at the bottom 5 states across the country. Charter schools also take away from the finite pot of money for public education and in some cases deliver poorer results. There are 5 charter schools on the docket today. I urge this board to pay close attention to the grade that each of these charters got compared to their neighboring schools, the enrollment predictions compared to today's actuals, and I think you'll find some high hopes in terms of increased enrollment there, and the length of the renewal term being asked. Is siphoning money away from neighboring schools that are performing better the answer in each of these communities? I want to highlight HPSA is not against charters. We are neutral on the issue, but not every charter serves their community well. Back to Nancy Drew. Follow the clues. Don't get diverted by stories of grand funding increases and polarizing stories about book censorship, mask mandates, and other divisive tactics. These topics are designed to distract you. A red herring, if you will. If you follow the facts, the truth of the matter is our state officials are chipping away at our public education system via a multimodal attack. And it's up to everyone that believes in education to come together on all fronts. I urge the board, we need help now. Let's reach out to the city. Let's find community coalitions. Let's all work together on the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm here to speak on behalf of the renaming or naming of a school in southeastern county to the honor of the late Dorothy Carter York. My name is Barbara Jefferson Reagan, a former employee of this district. To Ms. Combs, Chairman, other board members, Dr. Davis, and others who serve in official capacities, good afternoon. I'm here to request that the PK through 8 school being constructed in southeastern Hillsborough County, specifically the Apollo Beach and Waterset area, be named in honor of the late Mrs. Dorothy Carter York. Hillsborough County Public School System continues to be a major player among forward-thinking educational giants, and I'm so very proud to have been a part of a district that still today consistently produces academic leaders and winners. Mrs. Dorothy Carter York was an outstanding teacher, author, and community activist who in her 44-year tenure touched the lives of thousands, including students, parents, school and district-level individuals. She was one of the first persons sought by district leaders to help integrate schools. She possessed exceptional communication and people skills and understood the importance of being able to reach across the table to make things happen for all children. Her legacy of excellence, undergirded by graciousness, fueled by cooperativeness, sustained by a we can attitude, described then as now, a recipe for student progress, parental involvement, and community engagement. She recognized that these characteristics were necessary for meaningful and positive interactions between teachers, parents, and the students who cross thresholds in classrooms every day. Her daily focus, regardless of circumstance, was to convince every student of his or her capability to achieve star status in her class and beyond. This was the type of confidence that the late Mrs. Dorothy Carter York gave to students fortunate enough to have had her as their teacher. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Liz York Cohen. Some legends are celebrities, but there are others who are unsung heroes who are just everyday people. Everyday people, ordinary people who do extraordinary things, such as my mother, Dorothy C. York. She wasn't just a teacher. That would have been too easy, to work to her contract, to go home at 3:30 and enjoy wonderful me and wonderful dad. That would have been too easy. Instead, she was the voice of students and their families. You see, there was a time when our suspension rates in our county schools were exceptionally high. Parents were terrified that their children would be just discarded and they would be a nobody. It was my mother, the voice of compassion, who held many hands at those suspension hearings for expulsion and suspension. She was that voice to say, you know what? He or she deserves a second chance. We need to get this child back into school. Voice of compassion. She was also the voice of reason. I don't think Dad and I could reason with her because she had this program where hundreds of kids came to her home for, you ready for this? Free tutoring. Free SAT prep, free academic enrichment support. She knew that students needed more. Some families couldn't afford a tutor, but she was there. She even had her famous Fish and Grits Saturdays. Why Fish and Grits? Because it's your day to learn. You know, it's in grits. Mom was an English teacher. She was also the voice of goodwill. During her final days here on planet Earth in an assisted living here in Tampa, she had her weekly grammar lessons with staff. It seems odd, doesn't it? It wasn't odd to her because she knew that effective communication skills, she knew that attaining the GED was the first step to help some adults out of poverty, to break that cycle. If you don't have your education, you're never going to break the cycle. One person can make a difference, and she did. May her voice of compassion for second chances, may her voice for academic excellence, and may her voice for learning as a lifelong endeavor be echoed in the halls of the new school of Apollo Beach. She stood up for her community, and guess what? The community is here to stand up for her today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And if we could line up speakers 12 to 16. Thank you.
Good afternoon to the superintendent, to the school board, My name is Willie L. Parker, Jr., retired major after 37 and a half years with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. And I'm also here to speak on behalf of naming the school after Mrs. Dorothy York, the late Mrs. Dorothy York. Someone said, "He who starts behind in the great race of life must remain behind or run faster than the man in front." I don't know who said it, but I'm not taking credit. Those are not my own words, but I believe in them. And I base this, state that to follow up. When I met Mrs. York in the 11th grade, the schools in Hillsborough County were segregated. And of course, the African American schools in Hillsborough County never received the latest editions of the books, educational books that was published. That was a fact that played a part of keeping African American students behind. But that was not a deterrent to all of the African American teachers in Hillsborough County, and especially Mrs. York. Of all the teachers that I had in my 12 years of school, Mrs. York was the toughest of them all, barring none. I had some tough teachers, but she was the toughest. Mrs. York was my 11th grade English teacher, and she taught English to the beat of a different drum. All of her exams were timed with the aid of a timed alarm clock. The exams were never more than 20 minutes, and each section of it was timed with the alarm going off. If it was completion, if it was fill in the blanks, a minute and a half, true or false, a minute, etc. I learned much more than English in Mrs. York class. She taught responsibility, accountability. The first teacher to give an assignment that was due 30 days ahead of time, and she never mentioned it until the day it was to be turned in. Now, if you were absent that day, too bad. You didn't get the message? Too bad. She used to say you could be sick for 30 days. I'm not going to call you, and when you come back, you better have every single assignment that I gave out. She taught you how to speak before the class. She expected her students to be well read in her reading assignment.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm Leanne Klum. Book banning, the Don't Say Gay bill, and the anti-woke bill. We are at an inflection point, one that humankind has experienced anytime society as a whole says, we must do better. Some folks just need to be dragged kicking and screaming into the light of love and understanding. It's my understanding that there have been many people before this body yelling about wanting books banned, thinking that they will somehow harm their children or that their children will be harmed by feeling bad for others. Are we now raising our children to be fragile? Are we worried that they'll be scarred for life if they read a book about someone who was actually scarred for life? I hear from some of those folks terms like indoctrination and homosexual agenda, and I believe they are code for if we make LGBTQ students and families feel safe and affirmed at school, it might make my child gay. And I'm here to tell you, no one chooses to be gay. You should just listen to or read the stories of anguish, and yet those are the stories trying to be silenced. We've been here before. After emancipation, the backlash was so strong that Jim Crow laws were enacted to keep African Americans from being full participants in society. From the Tulsa uprising to signs saying white and colored from the backs of buses and separate schools. People started marching, raising their voices to say, this is not right. No one can forget the images of white parents hurling epithets and refuse at black children simply trying to go to school to get an equitable education. So here we are again. In the past decade, companies and school districts have said, we must do better. Companies realized they were more successful when they allowed diverse voices at the table. School districts realized that to make sure all children have a chance to be successful, we must better understand their diverse experiences and embrace them. Allowing children to read stories that show lives different from their own, that some lives are much more traumatic than theirs, teaches them empathy and caring. We are at an inflection point, and we must do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Gebhards, and first I want to issue an explicit content warning, especially for any children that might be in the room. I'm here today, again, on behalf of parents and children to fight against the pornography that fills our school shelves. I'm becoming more and more convinced that these books have violated Florida's obscenity laws under Chapter 847, Section 012. I would encourage all parents to look this up. It's, again, Chapter 847, Section 012. Part of the section reads as follows. A person may not knowingly sell, rent, or loan for monetary consideration to a minor any picture, photograph, drawing, or similar visual representation or image of a person which depicts nudity or sexual conduct, sexual excitement, which is harmful to minors, or any book, pamphlet, magazine, printed matter, however reproduced, that contains explicit and detailed verbal descriptions or narrative accounts of sexual excitement or sexual conduct that is harmful to minors. I've read to you several sections before, and I'm going to read again. This book is called Milk and Honey. There's 50 copies of it in our libraries. Lie me down, lay me open like a map. Kiss me like I'm the center point of gravity. And when your mouth is kissing not my mouth, but other places, my legs will split apart out of habit, and that's when I pull you in, welcome you home. Whether these flames began with our anger or our passion, I will smile, throw my head back, arch my body like a mountain you want to split in half. Baby, lick me. Like your mouth has the gift of reading, and I'm your favorite book. Find your favorite page in the soft spot between my legs and read it carefully, fluently, vividly. Don't you dare leave a single word untouched, and I swear my ending will be so good. The last few words will come running to your mouth. And when you're done, take a seat, because it's my turn to make music with my knees pressed to the ground. Sweet baby, this is how we pull language out of one another with the flick of our tongues. Back to the Florida statutes. An adult may not knowingly distribute to a minor on school property or post on school property any material described in subsection 3, which is what I was reading to you before. My heart is racing. This is really troubling. Unless, according to the statute, these are school-approved instructional materials that by design serve as a major tool for assisting in the instruction of a subject, this constitutes innumerable punishable separate offenses. Again, that's according to the Florida statute. 10 months I've been coming to inform you, 10 months of knowingly distributing porn. In your discussion about books today on the agenda item 604, I urge you strongly to consider doing something about these books. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Superintendent, Chair, and members. My name is Desiree Jackson, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Dorothy Carter York. She was born, raised, and educated in Tampa, Florida. When Dorothy Carter York pursued her college education in North Carolina, it was her vow to bring life to her dream to become an educator. She was determined to change lives for the good, for the better, for the greater. She wanted to have an impact on her hometown. Starting in the days of segregation, Dorothy York worked to unite, to overcome tensions, and uncertainty on the onset of integration. She made her students feel safe, comfortable, and cared about. For 40 years, she motivated young people from all walks of life. At Blake High School, Hillsborough High, USF's Upward Bound, HCC, and throughout the community. Her goal was success for every student. Dorothy Carter York went deep. She got to know her students on intense levels. In fact, Mrs. York is the only educator that I know who knew the names of her students' parents, their siblings, and she could recite until she left this earth their home addresses also. She was involved in their lives and the lives of the total community, no matter which communities her students came from. She gave her time, her talents, and her resources on and off the clock. She sponsored multiple activities, pushed students to pursue higher and higher through education. She organized events, raised and gave scholarship money, tutored any student who needed or wanted assistance. After her retirement, she founded a community nonprofit to make college possible for some who others counted out. From the halls of Hillsborough High School, Mrs. York ignited and infused a fire in the heart of me and in so many others. I was a girl from Tampa's East Side, going on to attend FSU, USF, and ultimately to achieve a doctorate degree. For the third time, I and many others appeal to you, the school district of Hillsborough County, to designate pre-K through 8 school UU to be named Dorothy Carter York, pre-K through 8. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm Jewel Bird Warren. A magnet school needs a magnet name. Dorothy Carter York. Dorothy Carter York has made significant contribution to Hillsborough County Schools. A notable education of 45 years, which included Hillsborough, Blake, Hillsborough Community College, Project Upward Bound, University of South Florida. Dorothy Carter York demonstrated exceptional leadership toward the advancement of humanity as an advocate for underserving children, homeschooling for tutoring, and providing healthy snacks. Dorothy Carter York made significant impact on children and parents. Why? They saw the progress. She was very inspirational in helping children. She helped them to explore and discover their own creativity, ideas, and apply the knowledge they had learned in their daily lives. She was a voice, do you hear me? A voice of encouragement, appreciation, support, and respect. Dorothy Carter York demonstrated character as a devoted mentor. She inspired all of the students with their special attributes, their talents, and other contributions, such as moral character, good study habits, better decision-making, and goal setting. Dorothy Carter York was involved in several organizations in the community, civic, her church, 29th Street Church of God, and her beloved Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. Oh, she faced challenges, all right, but she faced it with grit, good communication skills, vision, perseverance, and resilience. She worked tirelessly through good times and bad times. Therefore, I encourage a vote for Dorothy Carter York.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And if we could please line up speakers 17 through 20.
Good afternoon. Superintendent Davis, Ms. Vaughn, Ms. Snively, Mr. Washington, Ms. Gray, Ms. Perez, Chair Ms. Combs, and Dr. Hahn, our area rep, where this school will be located. I'm here to speak about naming the first PK-8 school located in southern Hillsborough County to be named after my grandmother, who was a teacher in southern Hillsborough County for 43 years at Waimama Elementary. Being a teacher in those times from 1966 to 2009 was no easy job. As this area was destitute, it was not a place that many people would travel to teach children in Waimama, Ruskin, Apollo Beach, and Gibsonton. However, my grandmother did. She not only taught students, she taught their parents. If English was not their first language, she would have the parents come to her home to teach them English. She would teach them how to read and write, a pillar of this community where this school will be placed. My grandmother's legacy in southern Hillsborough County is one that you could go right now to Waimama Elementary, the Wildcats, and ask about Miss Morgan. And they will speak about how when a parent, a teacher, anyone needed her, that she was there. She always says that if she lived this life and was able to help one person, then her living was not in vain. Parents would request my grandmother to teach their students because she would make sure that your education was the priority in her class. No fun until it was time for school plays, science projects, or if she had a time to teach them oratorical speaking, which she was so proud of. I believe this is a great way, like the current principal, Ms. Leonard, stated how her father said, you have to give back to the community that gave you so much. And I believe this is a great opportunity to give this name of Morgan Magnet Waterset PK-8 to my grandmother, Miss Morgan, who was a part of this community where this school is placed. We have to remember those that laid the blueprint for so many to pull to our area, pull to southern Hillsborough County. My grandmother wanted me to share with you all how she took her students' clothes. She made sure that she was at the PTA. She's 80 years old and was unable to join. But she wanted me to share with everyone here today that she felt it was an honor of me to submit her name, as I've been petitioning for 5 years. And I remember the last time what Belmont, Dr. Hahn stated that she listened to the constituents to name it Belmont Elementary. And I'm a constituent of southern Hillsborough County, and I'm hoping that you listen to me to name this school Morgan Magnet Waterset PK-8 after my beloved grandmother. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Well, that's hard to follow. I have watched so many of these meetings in replay, and now I'm here in live, and I am grateful for the opportunity to this board. I am also the grandchild of Aquila Morgan, a actually 55-year employee of Hillsborough County. She started from the kitchen, and when a personal tragedy brought death into her life and the opportunity for higher learning, she took it and returned with a education, her degree, her doctorate degree in education, and remained a school teacher for over 43 years. She would have stayed longer had she not suffered kidney failure. And even while we were scared of losing her, all she could think about was, what is going on with my children? What is going on in my classroom? My grandmother may not have been a principal, but she had the drive to stay in the classroom at her school with the children she loved. And all the way into the day that she left those doors, if you would have looked in her drawer, she had every single school photo of all her students with their names, their ages, the year. And she could recite them all. I literally had to grow a beard and a goatee because in my everyday life, I was a chef before I came to the county. And as I approach my first 20 years, I would like the honor of continuing the rest of my career in Hillsborough County at K through 8 Aquila Morgan Magnet School. She has brought so much to this county, to her students, and into the lives and enrichment of so many, and myself included. It was through her understanding, her love, and her education that the diligence in my own career in this county has flourished. I am a 2-time winner of Instructional Support Employee of the Year. I would have gotten a 3rd, but like Oprah, I decided, step aside, let Ellen take the award this year. I have heard through this entire meeting that there are so many wonderful people that are equally deserving. And I just know that with the growth of this community, that there will all be schools that I pray that everybody can get their name. But I would love, before my grandma leaves this earth, that she would know that she would be memorialized in her community and as a school teacher with this K through 8th grade. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon, Davis, Chairwoman Combs, and members of the board. My name is Carolyn Hardy, and I am the parent of a 3rd and 1st grader at West Chase Elementary's dual language Spanish program. I am here again today to express support for the dual language program at West Chase to include a new incoming kindergarten class for the 2022-23 school year and for continuity of the program at West Chase for those currently enrolled. In browsing the Hillsborough County 2021-26 strategic plan, I was excited to see we share the same passion for dual language. Fiscal and operational responsibilities objective 4 is to ensure transparency through internal and external communication. Taken directly from your strategic plan is the help we need. The objective's key results are to design and implement a comprehensive communication and marketing program with annual and tri-annual objectives, and to organize and focus positive stories specifically showcasing dual language. I want to know the district's annual and tri-annual objectives related to this goal and understand how the program like West Chase's dual language fit into this results. In a recent news article announcing the grant from the DODEA for expanding Spanish language in 4 elementary schools near MacDill, our world language supervisor is quoted saying, "The goal is to create a sustainable program that can be replicated at any school in the district." This expansion of Spanish and dual language programs across the county is great news, but you cannot forget about sustaining existing programs, including West Chase Elementary. Here's what we need. First, in alignment with your strategic plan, the West Chase dual language program needs to be marketed. Our website needs to promote dual language in English and Spanish to prospective families. Second, we need more kids in the program. It's hard to fill a program that no one knows exists. This program should be marketed at Kindergarten Roundup, at local VPKs, and school choice should be leveraged to fill all the seats. Third, this program needs to go back to the 2-way model, where there are classes with 1 in English and 1 in Spanish. This program has moved to a 1-way model, and we are losing teachers mid-year as they are not feeling supported in this program teaching all subjects in both languages. If we get the kids back in a 2-way model, we will have more success finding teachers. Fourth, we need the district to support the school and ensure success of the dual language program. And fifth, we need a dual language share on our PTA. In the Journal of Latinos in Education's article entitled Sustaining a Dual Language Immersion Program, and in countless other scholarly articles, the message is the same. For dual language to be successful, administrators, parents, and teachers must be ready to take on this commitment. I can assure you the parents and the children of West Chase Elementary's dual language Spanish program are committed. I ask the same from both the district and the school. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, and if we could have speakers 19 through 22 line up as well. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Patricia Hall, and as you look at renewals for charter schools opened in 2017, here are some salient facts. Excelsior Prep at University Square Mall is serving 82% low-income students who need the most help, the best teachers, and they have 3 F grades, while all public schools nearby have better scores and grades. When has a triple F school been renewed? Help these children and parents find better schools. In the Charter School Annual Report for 2021,
Victory, formerly Avant-Garde, is managed by National Academic Educational Partners or Alliance for Educational Services. It's two different places in the book. How does the charter office vet a new owner that hasn't done business in Hillsborough County? Negative fund balances were up to $228,000 3 years in a row until takeover. All schools surrounding this one have higher grades. Math and science scores at Victory are very low compared to other charter schools. Plato and Carrollwood has good grades, but so do all surrounding schools. How can they justify asking for a 15-year renewal when our district and the state of Florida has such poor financial status? 15 years helps real estate investors and robs public schools of education dollars. In the last 3 years, SLAM has had a declining enrollment from 532 to 436 to 355. With that, so has the fund balance gone down to $24,000. Time for Pitbull, the investor, to pony up some cash to Academica. All schools have better grades around SLAM. 4 principals in 4.5 years. Why a 5-year renewal? Bridge Prep has a good location in Riverview and a large enrollment, but their C grade is not as good as Progress Village Magnet or Riverview Elementary. Their new high school is going to be on the same campus, and traffic's already a big problem in that area. Big picture, this is an endless drain on scarce resources and a parallel school system. $230 million goes to charters in Hillsborough County and $14 million more in capital outlay for their brand new buildings. 13 principals in 5 schools in 4.5 years. Good for kids? No. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon to all our school officials and everyone here. My name is Sheila Helms, and I am here to tell you a little bit about my mother, Aquila Morgan, and why it would be an honor to have a school named after her by the name of Aquila Morgan Magnet Waterset Pre-K through 8. She was an exceptional teacher. She made an impact on all of her students' lives. I know this because every time they see me, they stop me and tell me how she motivated them and influenced them to be the best that they could be, and how they went on to get a higher education because of her. She was a dedicated and very compassionate about her job and about her students. She was patient with them and taught them in a way that they would understand. She would go out of her way, make phone calls, and even home visits. And she would make sure that the parents would know how the children were doing academically. She taught the children how to apply themselves, and she didn't see any failure in her students. She made sure they understood why she was teaching them and what she was teaching. She is also a pillar of the community where the school will be, and she is always giving back. She is very well respected, and she has also made an impact in the community. So what a well-deserving and honorable occasion to have a school named after my mother, Aquila Morgan Magnet Waterset Pre-K through 8. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Bishop Michelle B. Patty. I'm a graduate of Howard W. Blake High School. Miss York was my teacher during segregation. It was a time when we were being called everything but a child of God. It was Miss York who told us and taught us that the only thing that could hold us back was ourselves. That if we didn't get a good education, then we were going nowhere. She was that inspiration. And I think about when she transitioned into integration. It was not easy. We lost a lot of black teachers because they did not feel, or they didn't feel like they was wanted, or they were needed. That fear never crossed Miss Dorothy York, because she seen all children as children that needed to learn. She didn't look at the color of their skin, but she was looking at that brain that needed to be educated. And that's why I'm here today, asking this board that we, in 2022, this is Black History Month, that we take a firm step and say that we're not looking back, we're going forward, so that that school in Apollo Beach, when little black children and white children and brown children and yellow children say, who is that lady name that's on that wall? We'll be able to say that was an educator who had compassion, who had love, and who had concern for you. And that's why I'm standing as a testimony, as a living witness, that this day it should be deemed, declared Dorothy Carter York. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, to the Addison Davis Superintendent, there ain't no tough act for me to follow. I'll tell you that right now. I'm here to name this school after Dorothy York. Every last one of y'all, elected official, ran on diversity. Oh, I want diversity. I want to make this equity. I want to make it fair. All y'all came to everything we did and all. I went for diversity. I'm telling you, yes, that's what you said. Now it's time to showtime. Showtime. Y'all got to do some actual facts now. We're going to see if y'all are really about diversity. This is really, it's simple. It's about equity and fairness. Really that simple. Because I'm going to ask all of y'all, and Addison Davis, you can get the count on this. How many schools you got named after black people? All right then. So all these years when segregation now we got to come here and beg and plead to get a school named after an exceptional woman. Dorothy York, and I ain't just helped this, her daughter, because she came and talked to me about coming down here. I did my due diligence. Everybody I called and asked about Miss York, because I'm from Dawson, Georgia. I ain't from here. I've been here 35 years. It's my home now. I asked about her. Everything I asked about it came back clean. I asked Fred Hearns, came back clean. Everybody I asked, it came back clean. She set that bar real high for educators. Because educators right now, I can remember my teacher in 11th grade, Miss Marcia. When I retired in October, she sent me a check for $25. And that was the teacher that got me interested in education. Before then, I wasn't interested. I was trying to get me a girl and trying to hang out. I'm saying wait for the bell to ring. But good teachers, ma'am, good teachers, sir, can change your life. Because she changed mine. And Miss Dorothy York changed people's life. Changed their bank account. Changed their address. So they can live a better life. Poverty is tied to education. Crime is tied to poverty and lack of education. So y'all want to do the right thing and talk about Black History Month and putting this up here and saying, look, a black child, a Latino child can say, that's named after a black person. When I came to this town, I never knew that school out there going toward I-4 was a black lady. They play football. Come on, coach, help me. All these people know. What's the name of it? Onward. I never know it was a black woman. And then they don't even say nothing about it. So we need to get more schools named after successful educators. Let me say this in my conclusion. We're not saying because she's black, just because she's black. Don't do it for that. Do it because of her character and she represented excellence in education.
Thank you. Next speaker.
County Commissioner Gwen Myers. As we celebrate Black History Month, let us consider naming the school after Dorothy Carter York during this month We as blacks, we don't ask for that much. But this is the time, as we celebrate, we are asking for something, to have a school named after Dorothy Carter York. You see, she taught many students here in Hillsborough County. Matter of fact, she was an employee of the district. If all of her students can come back today, they will say, board members, do the right thing and name the school after a teacher we so loved at Blake High School. That was my school in 1970, before segregation. Her English class, impactful, very impactful, because you know why? She was an educator, a fearless leader, a no-nonsense teacher, but caring about her students. Just the look Ms. York gave us, we thought we had served many years in the military because we knew Ms. York wanted us to straighten up as her students. So today, I'm standing with the family, asking you to do the right thing as we celebrate Black History Month. We don't have that many schools named after blacks. I can't even remember. I think the last one might have been Attorney Warren Dawson. Not sure, but it might have been the last one. That was like yesteryears. It wasn't 2 days where I can remember, or 2 years ago. Okay? But again, Dorothy York was a special teacher. And I'm here to ask this board to honor her. Honor her because she was an educator. Honor her because she taught in the district. Honor her because she was loved by so many students. Honor her because she was an amazing teacher that believed in the students having education, because what we say about an education, it is vital to our city, our county, our state, and our country. That was Dorothy York. So to honor her with the naming of the school, all I can say, board members, do the right thing. You don't have to look, think hard. But as we celebrate Black history, make Dorothy York a part of our history today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And if we could please have speakers 24 through 27 line up as well. Next speaker, please.
What is truly appropriate for our children? That's what we're here today to discuss. There's an item on your agenda, I believe 6.05, involving the purchasing of a book to put into our schools that is so dirty and so disgusting that I dare not say its name. But I'll give you the Dewey Decimal number when I'm done. I want all of you to know what's in it. Among other sick and obscene stories is one about two girls and a father. I apologize for folks in the audience. Two girls and a father, and one day the girls decide to get the father drunk on wine in order to molest this man, basically rape this man in order to procreate, to impregnate, and have babies. Incest. There's someone up here talking about milk and honey. That has nothing to do with nothing on this book I'm talking about. Would you agree that girls having sex with the father is an inappropriate thing to have in the classroom, ladies and gentlemen? Apparently, there's even a manga version of this in the schools right now with pictures. And it's on the shelves at schools like Newsom, Alonzo, Wharton, Sickles. Now you want to buy more of this book. A book that I know for a fact has inspired pedophilia in the church. And you want to put it in the classroom. Dewey Decibel number 220.5 HOL. Please don't buy this book. You know, if you're going to ban any book, this is the book. This is the one book, and I'm normally not an advocate, but this is the one book that should not be taught to our children. Thank you very much. That's a Bible, everybody. That's a punchline. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
To Chairman Combs and board members, Superintendent Davis, good evening. My name is Dr. Jacqueline Johnson Jones, and I am here to speak on behalf of Ms. Aquila Morgan, naming your upcoming school after her. I was looking around the room, preparing students for life. I'm an educator as well, 40 plus years. I'm excited to retire soon. But this is what we do on a daily basis. And as we've heard all of the others speaking about their desire and support in naming of the school, I'm sure their desires as educators were the same, preparing students for life. Exactly 1 month ago today, our own Dr. Seuss wrote the famous book that so many of us used during our high school graduations, Oh, the Places You'll Go. That book has been very popular, signed off by many of principals and other administrators, and given as gifts to those graduating students so that they will see and understand where they're going and how they're going to get there. And I pulled this today, and it's basically stated that Dr. Seuss considered his work his final salute, this particular book, addressing life's obstacles and fears while offering encouragement to students. After an exciting celebration of his work and his life, many celebrated in their own way at the different schools and different conferences. I'm standing here to celebrate the life of Mrs. Aquila Morgan. I have written here 4 pages, and I'm saying, but Jackie, that's not what you do. Do as Mrs. Morgan did. She taught from her heart. I'll speak from my heart. She was such a graceful, and still is, poised, very dignified, loved life to its fullest. She shared her love through her children, not only her biological, but her children in the school. As you've heard, she taught from her own home after leaving the school campus, teaching parents how to speak English. What an exceptional woman. I say to you, with less than 30 seconds left, the desires of the heart is so great. The genuineness of it is so great. She stands for a lot. Who do you know taught their little sisters and friends at an early age to read and write? She did it because she was that bossy little girl. But still to you today, I stand before you to consider a lady of dignity, poise, and class. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Board members, Superintendent Davis, thank you for this time to speak for a few minutes. My name is Matt Gunderson. I'm the CEO for Plato Academy Charter Schools, and I'm also the founding principal of Plato Academy Tampa, a school that's very near and dear to my heart and many other people here in this room with us this evening. And I just want to make sure that you know a little bit more about the story of Plato Academy Tampa before you vote on whether or not to renew the contract. Plato Academy, as a school of choice, is great for kids, it's great for parents, and it's a great place for teachers to work. Why is that? The reason is we put our students first in everything that we do. We put them first in every decision that we make, and we always ask ourselves, what's best for children? We treat our teachers like adults. We give them autonomy to do what's right for their students in the classroom, and we give them some ability to make specific decisions regarding their specific cohorts. I'm very proud of the fact that Plato Academy Tampa is managed by our board, which is Plato Academy Schools Corporation. We are fully not-for-profit. We do not work with a for-profit management company. We started with just 5 classrooms leasing space from Bible-Based Fellowship Church, and we have since purchased our own building. that it's the former Citrus Park Christian, and we're very proud to call it home. It's an older building, but our families love it, and we feel very excited about our future there. Plato Academy Tampa has always been an A-rated school. We were recently designated a high-performing charter school by the state of Florida. It's part of a high-performing system of charter schools. There are 8 other Plato Academies. And we are incredibly grateful that our parents are able to choose our school every day that they drop their children off. And we're also incredibly grateful for the accountability that's provided for us by the district through the charter office. Our students learn the Greek language every single day from grades K through 8. They're learning Greek language, culture, and traditions. And as you know, Greek traditions are the foundation for American democracy. I'm incredibly proud. I'm going to say a few numbers really quickly here. Our academics are excellent. It's not just, we especially help the kids who need the most help. Our economically disadvantaged students are performing 100% better than their peers in traditional public schools, and our ESOL students are performing 192% better than their peers in traditional public schools. And if I could have the folks from Plato please stand up. We have teachers, parents, and the principal, and one very special student named Olivia here with us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And if we could have the final speakers from 27 to 30 line up, I'd appreciate it.
Good evening, honorable school board members, Superintendent Davis, and to the audience at large. My name is Ida Booth. A school, or any institution really, should embody the spirit and ideals of the person for whom it is named. Dorothy C. York, as has been stated, was an educator in the Hillsborough County School District for 45 long years at Blake and Hillsborough High Schools. She championed a diverse and cross-section of youth of this county by preparing them for an unknown future. As an English instructor and prolific writer herself, this much she did know and could foresee they would need a strong, solid foundation in the English language. Mrs. York emptied herself for the betterment of our entire community by mentoring, advocating, and lending her voice to uplift our youth. The new middle school that you're considering, were it named in her honor, I feel confident it would embody her spirit and would inspire the students to excellence, the instructors, administrators, and school personnel to dedication, and the parents of all to participation. I join those present this afternoon and those that have communicated by email and petition by asking that you cast your vote for Dorothy C. York. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and School Board, Superintendent Davis. My name is Sheila Green, and I am a library media specialist at a Title I high school in Hillsborough County. I am here today to speak as a parent and an employee of the district. Like most media specialists in Hillsborough County, I hold a master's degree in library and information science. Over the last few months, I've seen people attend these meetings and read aloud extremely specific passages from books and suggest that we have pornographic materials in our media centers. Viewed through this narrow lens, even passages from classic novels or religious text, as the last man stated, can also be easily taken out of context. This is why context matters and materials should be judged as a whole. Because of this, I feel it's important for us to address the procedures for the selection of materials in our libraries. Our selection process in Hillsborough County adheres to the standards of the American Library Association. I have over 4,000 books in my media center. I have some involvement in their selection process through either purchasing the books or weeding them out. Most media specialists spend hours curating books. We rely on students and teachers. We rely on peer-reviewed journals like the American Library Association and a multitude of other professional resources. Each book that I select for my library has been chosen to fit a specific need and takes into consideration the population of students that I serve. My current school has a diverse group of LGBTQ, African American, and Hispanic students. Books that I order are specific to their taste and culture. I work extremely hard to select these books where kids can see people like themselves and where they can learn about other people's lives. As a librarian, there are books in my collection for every student. However, not every book is for every student. My role is to work and support students in finding the right book to support their needs. In my 6 years as a media specialist, I have never had anyone challenge a book in my library. However, if they did, we have a process through which reconsideration can happen. The process is based on the national recommendation of the American Association of School Libraries and consists of a committee at each school that includes parents, students, and staff who would review the material as a whole. Lastly, I would like to remind the board that students have access to all types of media in their lives through cell phones, computers in their homes, video games, apps, and TV shows. Our libraries are here to help build critical thinkers, where we empower students to make the best choices with the media they choose to interact with. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chair, board members, colleagues. I'm Beverly Simpson, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Dr. Sylvia Albritton. I am not here to tell of all her accomplishments and accolades, because you have heard them all, and it would take more than an afternoon. However, I am here to support the naming of the school after her. Let's face facts. A school should not only be a building. It should be an oasis where a traveler can stop and have some cool drink of water. It should also be a lighthouse where travelers can guide the vessels in and out safely. It should also be a pillar in the community where you can lean and get some advice and stand firm. And it should be a memorial where the present and future can learn. They can look and reflect on the good of others who have laid their foundation for the benefit of all. John Dewey also enforced this by saying, the school must be a genuine form of active community life instead of a place set apart in which to learn lessons. The naming of this school should also be permanent. Nothing that after a few years you're going to say, well, we'll want to change the name. If this school is named after Dr. Albritton, you'll have no problem with that at all. She has proven to be a mother of thousands of children that she has not birthed, because she's always in the community with them. I have a son and came here when met Miss Albritton and he was 2. And now he's a man, and Mrs. Albritton would always say, how is that little man of yours? She is that type of person. She's also a faithful friend, a friend of all friends, and a confident leader with morals that you would want to follow. Her work, her accomplishments, her ethics, her morals, they all speak of her. And so I am asking you, please consider her and name the school. You will have no regrets, because she will stand as the foundation, a catalyst for providing one of the successful schools in Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board, and Mr. Davis, sir. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you tonight. My name is Barbara Fideli, and I'm the parent of 2 children currently enrolled at Plato Academy, Tampa. Tonight, you all called to vote on our charter renewal, in which we qualify for a 15-year renewal based on our students' high academic achievements. All of our school's academic successes are thoroughly documented, as I'm sure you already know. What I wanted to speak to you about this evening are the things that I cannot show you on paper, nor can I quantify it through the use of state scores. I want to tell you a little bit about our little school with a big heart. 5 years ago, during the inaugural year of our Tampa campus, I found myself in need of a new school to transfer my daughter to. It was not at the beginning of the school year, but 2 weeks away from winter break, Gianna was at a local Hillsborough County elementary school, and she was behind academically and was struggling to form social bonds, endured bullying, lost all confidence in herself, and sadly lost hope, which is a very sad thing to say about a 6-year-old. You see, my daughter Gianna, who is now 10 and is in the 4th grade, has mixed connective tissue disease and specific antibody disorder. To give you a brief description so that you may begin to understand her struggle, she has an autoimmune disorder which causes her body to attack itself, and this affects her lungs, brain, intestines, central nervous system, muscles, and her joints. Gianna has little immunity to certain stereotypes, which causes illnesses such as pneumonia, mono, strep, just to name a few. My child has a serious medical issue that requires an educational environment where teachers, principals, and counselors work with her and our family as we navigate through many hospitalizations, missed school, and the continuation of her educational needs. To make a long story short, I found that perfect school for my child. A place that truly cares about what she needs, how she's doing, not only just academically, but also socially. A school that cares about her health and her mental well-being. I found Plato Academy, Tampa. I remember sending Mr. Gunderson, the now CEO, an email telling him about Gianna and why I felt that she needed to transfer. And Mr. Gunderson responded almost immediately and asked us to come in so he could meet her. Plato Academy staff made us feel welcome from the very first day on campus. We made a huge impression on us. I was going to sit here and talk to you guys about all the wonderful things that they do at our school. But most importantly, I would like you to know now, my child is thriving. She is no longer behind. She is not afraid to talk to others. She has friends. And we have a school that I know is there to support us no matter what. Not just the child on campus, but once the child goes home too. And that's very important. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker?
Hi, good evening again. My name is Amy Adom Simmons, and I'm the proud daughter of the late Kenneth E. Adom. Earlier this year, you know, I've come multiple times with family, coworkers, many community members, just to talk about the new school naming. And at many board meetings, I spoke asking you to strongly encourage or to name the new school in Apollo Beach after my father, Kenneth E. Adom. So I'm just going to read something that my sister and I have both come up with, and it comes from our heart, and just we want you to strongly consider my dad's name, as he worked for the district for 37 years. During my dad's time in the school district, he had a legacy and passion for education. From teacher to dean to principal to area director, he dedicated nearly 37 years of his life to his profession in education. As an educator myself of 17 years, as well as my sisters, we saw that his day stretched well beyond the typical work day of 8 hours. He was at school practically every night, whether it was awards programs, induction ceremonies, concerts, sporting events, you name it. He was there cheering you on and supporting everybody. He was an incredibly hard worker. He was intent on getting the job done, but not just doing it to get it done, but doing it the right way. I had the privilege of going to Adams. My sister had the privilege of going to Gaither, and we saw it firsthand. My sister saw it while they were on double session at Gaither. He was consistent. He was fair. He held people accountable. And it never took long. Oh, sorry. I just lost my notes. It never took people long for them to appreciate and thrive under his system. He set clear, high expectations for students and staff alike. Everyone was expected to contribute and pull their weight, and guess what? People did. not because they had to, but because they wanted to under his leadership. Students and staff felt empowered to do great things. He had his teachers' backs. He was always on their team, and that was always clear. He was definitely an advocate for every single student. He loved the kids. That's what made him want to go to work every day. He came up with so many programs and incentives to help everyone reach their potential and reward them for their hard work and effort. He valued every member of his staff, from administrators to cafeteria workers, from teachers to bus drivers. He valued their opinions and had their back. He was a master motivator. He took great pride in his schools. He was meticulous, he was organized, and he also helped out in the community. He was a strong community member after he retired and dedicated a lot of his life to helping others. So please strongly consider the name Kenneth E. Adom for the naming of the new school in Apollo Beach. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And what we'll do today is we're going to do the proclamations afterwards because we know we have many people here for the naming of the school. So what we're going to first do is we're going to go ahead and do the consent agenda. So I need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. I have a motion by Member Gray and I have a second by Member Washington. Please vote when your lights appear. Okay, and it passes unanimously. We're going to now move to 504, approve the naming of new pre-K 8 school UU, and Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. 504 is approval of the naming of the new pre-K 8 school UU. As you know, we're excited to be able to provide an additional option for Hillsborough County families and for a new pre-K 8 school in the southern part of Hillsborough County, which would be under the leadership of Mrs. Missy Leonard. Is a great leader, respected leader within the school district. This magnet school will be the first innovation academy brought to Hillsborough County, which will incorporate unique fine arts and at the same token pathways for students to actively engage in project-based learning and at the same token be exposed to digital arts and being able to make certain they continue to compete from a STEM perspective. There are also aspirations to expand this initiative to add and expand international studies at this particular school. But it is a school that we see great interest in. After the first wave of our choice window, we see that over 660 students and families selected this school to transition. We have 1,500 student stations, and we will have another wave of acceptance in March 22nd. At this time, I'm going to ask that our Chief of Schools, Mrs. Sue Burkett, discuss all the steps that we're taking related to the naming process and provide the board with updated related to this content.
Thank you. We have started advertising naming for the school on December 15th. We did it through all of our social media platforms, our district website, our family and staff newsletters. We also notified local media outlets, sent parent links through Peach Jar and through Parent Link. And then at the meet and greet that we had where we introduced Miss Leonard as the new principal, we asked for additional names then. So it went from December 15th until January 21st to accept names. Since there is no boundary area, we went district-wide and opened it up for naming for all members of the community county-wide to submit names for it.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Hahn. Before we go ahead and go open for discussion, if communications will talk about the way we're going to vote, that would be great. And then we're going to go ahead and pass out the ballots after that. Okay. Okay, we'll go over that in a few minutes. First, I just wanted to open it up for discussion. Does anybody want to have any comments before we discuss? Member Vaughn, you pulled this item. Does anybody want to discuss this? Okay.
Madam Chair, it might be helpful if I read your policy about what the criteria are for when you make your selection today.
Yes, please
do. So you do have the school board policy. It's embedded in your policies as 7250. It says the naming and renaming of all school sites and facilities shall respect all race, cultural, and ethnic differences and values. Furthermore, the school board prohibits the use of any school or school facility name that is a direct violation of school board policy 2260, non-discrimination and access to equal educational opportunity. School sites and facilities shall be named for individuals who have rendered outstanding public service to public education, for geographical locations, and for groups and clubs as indicated. For elementary, middle, and secondary schools, for U.S. presidents, school board members, educators, outstanding citizens, and geographical locations. An elected official proposed for a school name shall have left public office for a period of not less than 5 years, and no candidate for public office shall be considered. There are more criteria, but those are the general criteria by which you should make your decision today. Communications is going to provide you a list of those that have been nominated. You are free to select one of those, and you're free to select another name as well. A name must receive 4 votes in order to be achieved as the name of the school. If a name has not received 4 votes and no name receives 4 votes, you'll continue voting until a name receives 4 votes. At that time, you'll make a motion and approve that name.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Porter. So what we'll do is we'll open it up for discussion for each member who wants to make a comment to discuss that. Then we will pass out those ballots, and then we will vote. And I think at that time we'll take a break, an intermission, and look if we have to revote or what that process will look like. So we'll go ahead and begin. Member Snively?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I wanted to take a moment to thank every constituent, every person who reached out to the board, who came to a board meeting, who sent an email, made a phone call, wrote a letter. I will let you know that the board received many, many, many wonderful letters of recommendation for this very difficult decision that we're going to have to make today. Thank you, Mr. Porter, for reading the guidelines via our policy at the school district. I really don't have necessarily one strong opinion because there are so many great candidates that have accomplished so much and given so much back to our school district and our students. So this is going to be a tough decision, I think, for us to make today. I would like to listen to some of the other school board members and see what their opinions are, and really leaning on a little bit. No pressure, Dr. Hahn, but this is your area. These are your constituents. I mean, they're all our constituents as school board members, but this is the area that you do represent. So I will lean a little bit on Dr. Hahn to see what her opinion is. But I will say that all of the candidates that were given to us, and I will say that I do lean towards naming a school after an individual who's contributed to our school district. So we got a list from our communications department and from Ms. Burkett. So thank you for sharing that with us. And there were some names on here of people who who have not necessarily impacted our school district directly. I'm not interested in necessarily in advocating for those as much as I am for the people who directly impacted our school district. And so I might jump back in the discussion once we hear from other school board members, but I just mainly wanted to thank everyone who had contacted us and tell everyone what a tough decision this is going to be today, because there are some very formidable candidates for the school naming. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Snively. Member Perez?
Thank you. There was a great question that was asked today, and I would like to know the answer as far as diversity is concerned and naming of schools here in Hillsborough County. What is the, how does that look like here in our schools as far as diversity is concerned and naming of schools?
Superintendent Davis?
Yes, ma'am, to the chair. I do agree that it was it was a great question. It's something that, in many school districts, I haven't heard the question be posed. So we will obtain that information, and I will provide that on the board follow-up. And we'll do a number of breakdowns related to ethnic breakdowns of names of schools, and also add whether or not the school is named after a particular community. But I'll provide that information to all the board members.
For me, I lean on representing the community as a whole. And here, we have diversity in Hillsborough County. We have populations that are larger than others. And, for me, looking at those populations that represent, and, new schools going up, representing large, populations. And myself and Board Member Gray and, Board Member Hahn, represent the community as a whole. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank staff also, and Superintendent Davis. As you can see, and I tried to share this when you were making some remarks, but look at this booklet full of fantastic givers to our students, and I'm just honored to hear from such wonderful believers in those recommendations that you shared. I also want to say that the communication that came from each of you who spoke was all about which person does the best, or was the best, is the best for the welfare of our children. And in my mind, and looking at the fact that, yes, I am countywide, there's a huge need for diversity and equity, and we need to turn some pages. We're way behind. We're way behind. So I actually enjoyed the communication, had a phone call today, and I'm sure the board members did as well. So it's a toughie, so many great folks looking for this name to be named, and we take this seriously. So I want to thank everyone, and the time is getting near where the choice will be made. So let's hear from the other board members and see what their thoughts are. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Washington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Personally, I want to tell you, it was a great presentation we made today. It's a lot of great people out there. The school could be named after, but I'm looking for diversity because I think it's important to have some diversity. I don't think we have enough schools named for blacks or Latinos or Hispanics. So I'm looking at that because I think that's important, because anytime a kid look up on that wall and they see that name, they recognize who they can be in life, because you can be anybody you want to be. You just have to work hard like these people have worked during their years to have their name up on a school. So I'm looking for diversity 100%. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Vaughn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I want to echo many of my fellow board members' sentiments. We've, especially some of the new board members, have had a lot challenging year with a lot of decisions to make. And this has been an incredibly hard decision because, to echo Member Gray, it's been such an honor to listen to all of the passionate tributes to heroes of our community, educators in our community. I've really loved learning about each individual, and I really want to thank all the people who have called or emailed or come down to speak about each person who was suggested to us. I hope that, no one feels slighted if a specific board member doesn't vote in favor of the person that you're hoping the school to be named after, because honestly, if I could pick all of the people who I've received emails about or who we've heard about, I could, and it's been really hard to narrow it down. So I just wanted to again echo my fellow board members and say thank you to the community for giving us the opportunity to learn about so many members who have really, been champions of education, and it's going to be a really hard decision. So thanks again.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Chair Combs. I appreciate your words about it sitting in my district and taking that into, taking my thoughts into heavy consideration. But as Member Perez said, Member Gray and Member Perez and I, but all of us have this school in our community. And so I don't want my words to weigh any heavier on anybody's decision, because I feel that this is all of our schools, everyone's school. But I will say, one, thank you again for sharing and your stories about your loved ones and your friends, and they're very moving, and it really makes me aspire to be a better person. It sounds corny maybe, but when I hear all the wonderful things and the impact they've had, it makes me want to do more and more for people in my community. And there's going to be lots more schools built, and so many more opportunities for these conversations. So I think for me, so many wonderful people. I mean, the stories, the emails, the phone calls were all very moving. There was a particular story that I fell in love with, that resonated with me, that moved me, that just was very special. And I think it did so because I'm a teacher. And without revealing much more, I really want to name the school after a teacher, because they are the heartbeat of our district, and they are in the trenches every day. And I know we had many wonderful teachers nominated, and that makes this even that much more difficult. Without revealing too much, it is important to me, and I think it really does send a message. You don't have to be, often we name schools after, people who have rise very, 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 very high in the ranks, or very, very high in prestige in our community. And I want teachers to know that their work is valued, and their legacy, if we can, continue that legacy by honoring some of our teachers with this honor, then, I think that's important. So, thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. And I just wanted to briefly say that I want to thank all the speakers that came today. And just remember that we've had speakers for several weeks that have been coming, talking about the naming. So for me personally, I look at overall the whole thing, not just today. I look at overall every individual, and every individual, each person that we nominated that's on that list could easily be the naming of the school, could be named after them. And I just want them to understand that it is a very difficult decision. And for me personally, I just look at the contributions and the overall, and everyone contributed in different ways. So I want people to understand that as we make decisions like this, it's not, it's not increasing, somebody's elevation or decreasing somebody else. It just means everyone is really worthwhile of that naming, but they may have to wait for a while. So for me, it really is I'm going to look at the overall impact of each individual, and that's how I've made my decision. Thank you. And Member Snively?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your comments, board members. It's still going to be a tough decision, I think, but I appreciate some of the feedback about what things that you're looking for and what's important to you. I will reiterate that, Superintendent, how many more schools do we have to build in the next 10 years in Hillsborough County?
Yes, ma'am. I go out in the next 15 years, we have to build 18 schools. So we have a number of schools that are going to be in the forefront within our community. The majority of these schools are in the South County side of it. Mm-hmm. So we look forward to creating the builds and also being able to name them after individuals that have been trailblazers within our community.
I appreciate that clarification, because there are some names on here that we've seen multiple times come up over and over again. And so as other board members have mentioned, we want to encourage people, if for whatever reason a school is not named after the person you're advocating for today, then the chances are really good, if you continue to advocate over the next 10 to 10, 15 years, there is going to be a school named after that individual, because there are individuals that I've seen in the last 7 years sitting on the board that I've seen multiple times on this list. And I know that it's tough. It's tough because we want to be able to say yes to everyone, but obviously that's an impossible task. However, the chances are very good if you continue advocating that and you get more and more people involved, whether it's by petition or whether it's by coming to school board meetings or whether it's by contacting board members directly. I think anybody on this list who has contributed directly to Hillsborough County Public Schools has a very good chance of having a school named after them. I'm not making any promises, but I have a feeling that I know there'll be more opportunities for sure. So this is all very exciting. It's all very exciting when we name a new school. But I know that whatever the board decides, it will be after a person who we will be honored for a school to be in their name, to be built in their name. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Snidely. Member Hahn? Member Perez?
I just wanted to circle around and I neglected to thank everyone who came out to speak, to share your stories, to take the time to let us know how you felt. And, I just wanted to thank you so much for coming out tonight and all the other nights that you have come out to really talk about and show your passion for what you believe in and who you believe in. I wanted just to say that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Washington?
Boy, that got round quick back to me, Marichella. I had to say this because I think it's important, and you had a great point, Dr. Hahn, when you said teachers never have opportunity. I think it's a great opportunity to have a teacher's name on a building because teachers have influenced each and every one of us in some way or another. And it's so important to give them opportunity because so many times you naming out area superintendents, principals, superintendents. Let's give a teacher a chance. Let's give them a chance to have this opportunity. And I know we will. I mean, because it's important. A lady a man, lady, whoever might be worked 40, 50 years, you don't give them a chance because they only thing they did was a teacher. That's not good. By no means. Give them an opportunity. I want to give everybody a chance. It's funny you say how many schools, Sue?
Yes, sir. 18 in the next 15 years.
18 next 15 years. Guess how many names on here? 18. But yeah, we do it all tonight. We name them 18 years from now.
All at one time tonight.
Oh,
everybody gets.
Name it. Yeah,
you get one. You get one. You get.
Then we will never have a problem. But anyway,
we'll have a lot more speakers coming in.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to say that. So let's always keep the teachers forefront in mind when we're thinking about naming schools or buildings. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Washington. Member Washington. Member Gray.
You took the words out of my mouth, by the way. Member Washington, it is the year of the teacher. It's always the year of the teacher. It will always be the teacher. They're the train that keeps the schools moving forward, said by late Earl Leonard. Anyway, I don't want to give it away because what's happening now is every time we talk, we're giving little tidbits. So I'm going to be quiet and we're going to go vote.
Okay. Thank you, Member Gray. What we'll do is we'll pass out the ballots, and at that time also we will start preparing for our employee comment, which is at 6 o'clock. And then after employee comment, we'll take just a short break.
Board members, make sure you sign the ballots, please.
Okay, just for clarification, members, please put the preference, the name of the person, and then obviously please sign it for the first ballot.
Go ahead and do it.
Okay, it will just be probably about 30 more seconds. I know everyone's anxiously awaiting.
All right, everybody ready? Ready to rock and roll? All right. Okay, so all the votes are in.
Okay, Superintendent Davis.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, all the votes are in, and drum roll. That's right. It's a unanimous decision, 7-0. The new school for Pre-K 8 will be named Mrs. Dorothy Carter York.
Madam Chair and board members, so
Yes, Mr. Porter, we're going to need a motion and a second.
There was a motion on the floor originally just to approve the naming of the school. So this would just codify Dorothy C. York as the name. So there is a motion on the floor to do that. And if
Okay, I'll need a motion and a second.
That's already on the. It's on the floor.
already
So
on
we
there?
just need to. yeah.
Okay, so
Gavel. Yeah. Okay. Board, yeah. If we could ask the audience to just.
if we could just, yeah.
So, board members, there's a motion on the floor. You just need to vote now for Dorothy C. York as the naming of the school.
Okay, members, please vote when your lights appear.
There we go.
And it passes unanimously. Okay, thank you.
We have
Okay, We'll go ahead and take a 5-minute recess, and I apologize for any employees that are here. We'll be starting right at 6:10, right with employee input. Thank you so much. Okay, everybody, if we want to start getting back in our seats, please.
When are you going to tell your ex-boss man to do
Good job. Was that not yours? Did I get it wrong? Get up here, chair. No, it doesn't matter. Yeah, well, you know. No, eventually we'll get it all together. Okay. Listen, Chris isn't here. We'll take pictures. Yeah.
No.
No, this is better. Is that yours? Because I was hot. No. Yeah, this is it. Oh, no. That was it. That went really well. They told me to get. They told me to get. Where? With Game. With Derek Game.
Okay, our meeting will now resume. Okay, Mr. Porter is going to go over a couple comments as we continue.
Thank you, Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Porter?
Members, we do have a housekeeping matter to attend to. In the excitement of naming the school after Ms. York, the board did not identify an official name. There are many options on the ballot. We've confirmed with Ms. Barquette, Mr. Davis, and also Ms. Cohen, the daughter of Mrs. York, and the preferred name would be, and we're going to need a motion for this, would be Dorothy C. York Pre-8 Magnet School. So if we could have a motion.
Okay, I need a motion, and I need a second. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Perez. Okay, and please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously.
Thank you, board members.
Thank you, everyone who attended today. We will now move to employee comment, and thank you to the employees who've had to wait a little bit long. Today it's a very exciting night with the naming of a new school. We'll now take employee input. Even though we hear public comment at the beginning of the meeting, it is sometimes difficult for employees of our district to attend meetings at 4 p.m. There are many ways for employees to make their voices heard, including through union representatives, emails, phone calls, conversations, and public comment at the beginning of the meeting. The board wants to hear from you. With this section of our agenda, we're creating another avenue for employees to speak to the board. We're setting aside 30 minutes for employees of the district to speak to the board about any issues that are on your mind. This is not intended to be a discussion about specific agenda items on tonight's agenda, but rather an opportunity for you to speak to the board about any issues related to your job or the district. Each speaker will have 3 minutes, and please introduce yourself. The first speaker, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Iran Alisay. I'm the president of the Hillsborough School Employees Federation. Good evening, Madam Chair, school board members, Superintendent Davis, senior staff. The reason that I'm here today is to encourage you to vote on the upgrade for bus drivers. Bus drivers, the regrading for bus drivers is just a small step in making sure that our students get the services that they deserve. It's a small step in making sure that bus drivers are recognized for all the hard work that they've put in through this pandemic. They didn't stay at home. They worked all through the pandemic. We are short about 150 bus drivers. They doing double runs, triple runs to make sure that these kids are getting to school on time. And this small step will ensure that we can recruit and retain some of the people to come to this school district to work. And by that same token, we also have to, I'm glad we sit down with the district tomorrow, because by that same token, we are short student nutrition employees, and we are also short custodians. So with that being said, please vote to regrade these bus drivers to a pay grade 23, and so that we can at least recruit and retain them to give the services to these students that they so justly deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Rob Crete, the president of the Hillsborough Classroom Teachers Association. Our state organization, the Florida Education Association, just released a statewide poll of registered voters in Florida. So this is a poll that dealt with Democrats, Republicans, and NPAs. And it was done by Clearview Research. And I'm going to share all of these results. They were just released today, so I'm going to email all of you guys so that way you have these to take a look at. But I pulled 3 of them off to take a look at tonight with you. 92% of those polled said that we need to pay our school employees more so that Florida can have stronger public schools. To President Alicea's point, I mean, regrading the bus drivers is a great first step. We do need more bus drivers. We need lunchroom workers. We need custodians that President Alicea represents. We also need ESPs in our classrooms. We need paras. We need those that are doing the work with the kids, so we need to find ways to fund that appropriately. And when we look at 92% of voters, this is something that we know strongly in Florida, that we want strong public schools. So we have to find a way to do that here and in the state. How about that 88% poll believe that experienced teachers should have commensurate raises with those in early career? 88%. Now, we're going to ratification right now with the contract settlement that we took from you guys, which is creative because we had to overcome an obstacle known as the state legislature, which states that first-year career educators have to get that veteran educators would also receive. This makes everything that we're trying to do to help these kids counterproductive. So we looked at something creative this year. We have to go back to it again next year because we'll hit that bell ringer number, that arbitrary number, so that way we can look at more holistically our scale and what we're doing for our veteran teachers. So that's also important. And here's one that stood out to me as well. 90% of those polled agreed that we cannot let groups of politically motivated people divide parents and teachers from working together to help students. That's what we need to continue to do here in Hillsborough. And we do a good job. We could do better. We need to collaborate and have a plan for what we're doing for our schools. We have to build 18 and 15 years. That is going to be difficult with our legislature, but we have to find a way. We have to find a way to recruit and retain veteran teachers. We have to find a way because our students are what we're here about, and that's what we have to work towards. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Carissa Denica from Gaither High School. First thing, I need to talk about a few things. One, good evening. I want to talk about the tentative agreement. I think it was an interesting solution to our conflict. It leaves a giant issue, though. There's no step increase. I understand the aim was to not increase recurring expenses, but why would we agree to potentially earning less money next year? A possible solution, because I like to do that, would be to include the year of service at the end of the fiscal year, so it's not affecting this year, and still allows us to be at least where we should have been by the end of the year. So, of course, yes, this increases the expenses for next year, but it doesn't leave instructors hoping something will work out for next year. Because quite frankly, if you've ever been an instructor in this district, you know that if it's not in writing, You just shouldn't expect it. Second, I'd like you to bring your attention to work conditions. I'm speaking for myself, but I do know other teachers that have said similar things. I can't complete my job within 8 hours. We tried to work the contract. In fact, I've been trying to work the contract for about 3 or 4 weeks now. I can't do it. We're expected to create student-centered and differentiated lessons. Those take time to plan, and they take even more time in class. I can't go at the speed that I'm required to go by the state and do student-centered. That it does not work. I have to either cut curriculum or I cannot have that work. Then I've got to have everything on Canvas for transparency and, frankly, before the absent students. And then I've got to keep Canvas grades updated. Let's just think on this. If I have 150, 120, just for easy math too, 120 students take a quiz, and I take a minute to grade each quiz. That is 2 hours. Where am I finding those 2 hours to grade each one of those quizzes? And teach. Don't forget, that's my main job, teach. So outside of that, either we're expected to work for free after hours or we're doomed to fail. Please note that I didn't mention emails from admin, parents, students, keeping up with teams or calendar changes to my classroom. So all of these, I just don't know of a way. I wish I had a solution, actually, but I don't have a solution for this. But it's something that not enough people say. Additionally, just let me, it was Tuesday, which is why I am in this. And so just so that you're aware of why I'm looking. All right. Thank you.
I'll move to our recognition and proclamations part of our meeting. Recognition of Infinite Scholars Scholarship Fair, and I will be highlighting this recognition. On January 19, 2022, over 600 Hillsborough County Public School students had the opportunity to participate in the Infinite Scholars College and Scholarship Fair held at University of South Florida with the Office of Supplier Diversity. In collaboration with HCPS Accelerated Programs, Horace Academy, and Infinite Scholars planned this event in which students were able to attend free of charge. The event allowed juniors and seniors from the district's 28 high schools to meet with over 25 colleges, universities, and military representatives, along with the ability to meet with representatives from CareerSource. Superintendent Davis, would you highlight this item?
Yes, ma'am. This is an opportunity for us to recognize a partner with Infinite Scholars to really provide opportunities for our students. And I can't thank the Infinite Scholars as well as Horace and Core Construction for being actively engaged in this process. And Mr. Graham, who's been, Mr. Graham, go ahead, who's been a true partner, not only building our new school that just was named this evening, but continues to create, the best experiences, the best infrastructure that within Hillsborough County. And I'll let Mr. Graham kind of speak to this. He's been an awesome partner to talk about bringing this to Hillsborough County and how we continue to expand it.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. Well, I think today was an exciting day for everyone with this K-8 being named. But I think on January 19th, more exciting things happened. History was made, and I think that everyone here on the board should understand what kind of history was made and what it took to make it. If we did not have the people like Superintendent Davis, Van Ayers, and Terry Connor to push this through, this would not happen. The things that happened. I don't know if you know about what happened, but we're gonna play a little clip. Pablo, could you help us out a little bit?
He even knows our staff.
So we had workshops. We had over 600 people, 600 students come out, and with over 28 colleges that gave them. We gave them over $16 million in scholarships.
Winning the scholarship feels really great because the struggle of like having to sign up for colleges was like a stress toll on me. And then also being first generation to go to college in my family.
We got another one from Armwood, full ride. Hey, FAMU got a Middleton full ride, everybody. 15,000 and 17,000 in scholarships. That's per year. Those numbers are per year. When he came here today, he didn't know he was going to get $15,000.
We both just got full rides to Delaware State University.
$17,000, and we got $15,000. I think this was a major event for you all as board members, and it couldn't have happened without Superintendent Davis, Van Ayers, and Terry Connor. But it also couldn't have happened without a bunch of individuals in the school system that work tirelessly. We have Giselle with her staff. Where's Giselle at? Oh, Giselle with her staff, Kiana, Jasmine, and Crystal. And they were working, y'all can come up. They were working at nighttime to make sure that this particular thing happened. And then the staff that works with me also, Lena Morris, who actually brought it to Hillsborough County Schools. We want to make some notes. We set a record in our inaugural year across the nation. Across the nation, we are number one in our inaugural year, and we're looking forward to doing it the next few years. But it took Lena, part of our team, Horace Academy, here. Paperwork that had to happen. They made sure everything was filled out properly, so there was nothing wrong with all the kids coming there to USF. We had USF who provided their event center for us to do it at. There was Van Ayers who made sure the arrangement for the busing was done. But if it wasn't for Addison, it had been tried to do in Hillsborough before, but Addison realized what was needed and how good this was going to be, and we really didn't know how good it was going to be because it set a record, but he understood the value of what was happening here. So it was unbelievable. I wanted to let one of the young ladies, the two young ladies, come up and just talk about what it meant to them. You can go first.
Good evening. My name is Anna Ten. I'm a senior at Little High School, which I'm part of the AVID program there. My experience on the scholarship good. It was this particular college that I didn't know about, but I applied for it. That's Bertha College, which it's allow you to do your freshman year out of this country. Well, they accepted me and they offered me to do my freshman year in Italy, and they offered me a $12K scholarship, which I'm thinking serious on accepting.
Awesome. All right.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Stoutley. I'm a senior at Middleton High School. Go Tigers. Yes, and my experience at UF was really a positive and beneficial one. They really took care of us there. They gave us a briefing on how to present ourselves to the colleges. There were so many colleges there, private and public, and as well as the Army recruiters there to give us opportunities. And I was fortunate enough to receive a full ride scholarship to FAMU University, so that I can pursue civil engineering and as well as get my master's in construction management. while I was there, I also was able to receive an internship opportunity with Horace Construction. And so, yeah, I would just say that that opportunity was very beneficial to me, and I'm really happy that I attended.
Now Giselle and her team are going to just say a few words.
Thank you so much. We really want to thank our site administrators, our high school principals, APAs, and our AVID coordinators at the schools who really came together and helped us get over 600 kids to USF to take advantage of this amazing opportunity. So thank you to Infinite Scholars and Horace.
Anybody else want to say something? Come on. We waited 2.5 hours.
The school you're building.
I just want to say that the information that we got back from our students, teachers, and staff that we surveyed has just been phenomenal. Just with the retrospect, seeing that we can really change our students' lives. We talk about preparing students for life, but when we prepare them for that post-secondary options, we know that they need money, right? And that financial aid piece was definitely something that we could physically see, and the kids actually had a great chance to see that their future is not just left up in the hands of a question or application, that it's actually financial money given to them to go to the next level.
I'll just ditto everything that's already been said. It was definitely a team effort. We are very fortunate in accelerated programs to be connected to AVID. Our AVID coordinators are phenomenal. They were really on the ground making sure that this happened. It was a really quick turnaround time for us to get this done. But I think Van Air said it best. He knows who to go to when it's crunch time and who's going to step up to the plate and handle this challenge. And that is definitely the accelerated programs team that trickles all the way down to all the programs that we support, including the AVID coordinators. And then the students, absolutely phenomenal to see them. They were dressed up, you all, from head to toe, prepared to present themselves for those opportunities. We are extremely excited. I don't know, are you going to share what you shared with us, the numbers, the breakdown? Is that coming? You all see that for yourself, but I have to say, when we had the opportunity to see the outcomes, we were blown away. And it allowed for us to just really reflect on the hard work that was put into it. And just know that it was worth it. It was so worth it to see the excitement on their face. And when he shares the outcome, you'll know exactly what I mean when I say that. So just like she mentioned, you all have your handouts, which we have the numbers we wanted you all to see. $16.2 million in scholarships. That is unbelievable. And if you look at the back page, it talks about the other areas that this comes. I want to give a little attention to Lena Graham Morris and Natalie. Lena Graham Morris she's been working with Infinite Scholars for the last 7 or 8 years, and she demanded that we do it in Hillsborough County. And Addison really said, yes, we're going to get it done. But just like Giselle and Keona said, if it wasn't for everybody working together and their group taking a portion of what needed to happen and understanding what needed to happen, it doesn't happen. But the results, 619 students attended this, 619, 259 first generation college students, 240 students received multiple scholarships on site. It was 5 hours and we did $16 million worth of stuff. I've done or been a part of a lot of things, but being a part of this team, with this team, and having this happen for kids, preparing them, talking about preparing them, this is all the culmination of the reason that you all sit up here, and Addison and all the teachers, what they do. The culmination is in what was done on January 19th. So we just had to bring it to you and let you see what was going on, and we're already preparing for next year to get it done and to break this record.
Yes.
Anything else? Oh. Yeah. So there was such a great turnout. We originally had Horace Academy had a surface that was going to be given in a raffle, and Natalie put a passport together so everybody would have to go to at least 3 colleges to apply, and then one workshop, and then you get to put your raffle ticket in. So we thought we were going to have 100 people there. So we thought a surface would be great. We had 600 people. So Horace Horace Academy, along with Horace Construction, gave $1,000 to two individuals out of raffle, and we were so glad that they hadn't gotten a scholarship, but they got the $1,000 for being there. And she's one of the persons that, and Jenna had to leave after 2.5 hours being here. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sophia. I'm very grateful to be here speaking to you all, and very thankful for the prize, of course, but also seeing my friends who I go to every day to school with, seeing them get their scholarships, also just like it made my heart so happy because, you know, financially it is a big part of why some students don't get to go to college, and seeing that being an opportunity for them and having that choice, truly just a privilege. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you all. You have any questions or anything before we?
No, but I think a couple of board members have some comments. But I first want to thank you, and I want to thank the cabinet, Superintendent Davis, Van, Terry Connor, and just all the teachers and all the individuals who've worked so hard to make this possible. You know, at the end of the day, it's really about looking around and lifting people up and helping them and supporting them. And by giving children the opportunity to have those experiences with college and having opportunities for scholarship and future, and really seeing the number of students who are first generation going to college is just amazing. And I just want to thank you, and I want to thank everybody else for all the hard work and commitment to making that possible. Member Hahn, you had a comment?
Yes, thank you, Member Combs. So thank you so much for sharing this. It's so exciting, and I love hearing from the students that participated. And you know, when you create an experience like this, and 600 people show up, you know that you're filling a need, and that's a really good feeling. And so I'm really thrilled you did it at USF. I love USF. You know, they really understand that first generation college students, the support that they need, not just getting their foot in the door, but once they're in, helping support them through the process, through the experience. So yeah, you're going to all different colleges, and I'm sure they're going to support you in the same way. But, you know, I always, long before I came onto the school board, with the work I did through USF, I'd always say, you know, my goal is to empower the next generation. And that's what you're doing through this project. You're empowering the next generation. And so my only parting words to you right now would be to say that when you are graduated and you're out in your career, help empower the next generation. Lift somebody else up that ladder with you, and you'll continue to make a difference, and you'll continue to allow the legacy of the Horace Academy to continue to make a difference through your actions. So remember this experience, everything you're receiving from it over the next 4 years, and then when you're on the other side of it, think about how you can turn around and do that for somebody else. Because I was a first generation college student, and I had a lot of great mentors and support that didn't just get me through my 4 years, but carried me all the way through my PhD program and continue to carry me through these experiences. So I know how important, that is. So congratulations and thank you.
One quick thing, I always have Lena. I do have to mention our sponsors. It was BNI Contractors, New Food Consultants, Hillsborough County Public Schools, University of South Florida, HCC, of course, Horn Chorus, Onyx Magazine, and then Horace Academy, who were the sponsors to make all of this happen.
Thank you. Member Perez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to echo exactly what my fellow board member Han said. You know, I also was a first generation college graduate, but I received a scholarship. So, you know, when you receive those scholarships, it's almost like, you know, somebody believes in me, and, you know, this is great. But what's really amazing is the corporation who provided my scholarship today still is a partner in my life. And, you know, I give back. I also do scholarships, you know, 4 scholarships a year. to give back to what was done for me. So, thank you, for Horace, for what you've done, for, everything that you give to the community, and to see that 600 showed up for this, it screams that, it's something that is needed. We all often say, a lot of our students are not going to go to college, but what about the students that want to go? And
that was because of them. The amount came from their hard work, definitely, of getting everyone engaged in it. Sure.
And I also, for you to educate these students on how to apply, how to get those scholarships, because a lot of the students, as you said, the first time, for the families, and the families do not know how to apply, how to even approach, or how to, go through the process. So, to give them this experience and give them the confidence to be able to walk away with these scholarships, and, for this young lady to have a full ride scholarship, congratulations and God bless you.
Thank you, Member Press. Member Washington?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say, it's amazing, Mr. Graham. That's phenomenal. You're getting $15,000 a year. That's $60,000. I'm a first-time graduate from college, also generation. And I tell you, you are blessed to have someone, to have a group like this to help you. Because I'm telling you, there are hard times. And when you have someone like this backing you, I know you'll be successful. But the one thing this old man wants you to do, once you get that degree, come back to Tampa and help other people so they'll be able to do the same thing. Okay? That's a promise? Yes. I didn't hear you. Oh, okay, good. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we have you on camera. No, Member Superintendent Davis?
Yes, ma'am. And I just want to say thank you to our team. Our team was magnificent in this process. They were true champions. And thank you to Lena for being persistent with me to make this a reality. And Natalie, thank you for dealing with everyone. We really appreciate it. And Jonathan, thank you for being a champion of change. And when you come back, we have teaching positions for everyone. So don't be afraid of it. If you want a job, we have one waiting for you. Thank you, and best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We will now move to AO2, Adoption of Proclamation, Tampa Bay Times Newspaper and Education Week, which is March 7th through the 11th. Member Hahn will be presenting this proclamation.
Thank you, Chair Combs. Newspaper and Education is an international program that encourages and promotes literacy by using the newspaper as a teaching tool. Studies show students who learn using the newspaper become more engaged citizens as adults and grow up to vote in community, state, and national elections. For more than 40 years, the Tampa Bay Times newspaper and education program has served HCPS educators, students, and families by providing classroom newspapers, materials, and instructional support. The newspaper and education program provided more than 500,000 print copies and more than 10 million digital editions of the Tampa Bay Times to classrooms across Hillsborough in the 2020-21 school year.
I need a motion and a second to approve the Tampa Bay Times Newspaper and Education Week, March 7th to 11th. I have a motion by Member Hahn, and I have a second by Member Washington. Is there any discussion? Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. AO3, the adoption of proclamation, the 50th anniversary of Hillsborough County Public Schools Security and Emergency Management. Member Washington will be presenting this proclamation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is truly a great honor to do this. January 2022 marked the 50th anniversary of the establishment of Hillsborough County Public Schools Security and Emergency Management Team. The department has grown throughout the past 5 decades, especially since the implementation of the Guardian program as a direct result of the tragedy at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. The amazing men and women who are part of the security and emergency management team not only protect our students and staff every day, but they hold numerous fundraising events throughout the year to raise money to further support our students, staff, and schools. We cannot thank the people in the department enough for their sacrifice and your duties. Thank you.
Thank you. I need a motion, a second, to approve the 50th anniversary of Hillsborough County Public Schools Security and Emergency Management. I have a motion by Member Gray and I have a second by Member Washington. Any discussion? Member Perez?
I want to thank each and every one of you for everything you do on a daily basis. And every time I see you, I know I say that to you, but sincerely, thank you for what you do for us, this community, and for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Gray?
Yes, as you all stand before us, we cannot thank you enough for the care that you give our district, but most importantly, our students who you interface with on a regular basis. Chief Newman, you've been with us, as you well know, year after year after year, and we know that your leadership dignifies every one of these individuals in this room, and we thank you for your leadership. God bless each of you, and please be safe, and thanks for keeping us safe as well.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Washington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Personally, I want to thank each and every one of you for keeping our schools safe. Y'all do a great job day in and day out, and I know your task must be difficult because anytime you're dealing with people, it's difficult to deal with, but you have done a great job. And Chief, you know how I feel towards you. We go back a long ways. You have done many things for Hillsborough County School District that people don't even know that you guys do. But you keep us safe each and every day with the staff, with students. So I really want to thank you, and you deserve a lot more than this. I wish I had $1 million. I would give each one of you some money. But since I don't, I can give y'all my love. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. There is an unspoken understanding between parents and our school district that the expectation is we will keep their children safe. So, Chief Newman, I know that you more than anybody understand the importance of that, and I want to thank you and all your men and women who every day make sure that our schools are safe, our buildings are safe, and you know, I know some days are very difficult, but I just think it's important that you all know how much you are very much appreciated and a very important part of our school district family. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. I want to, again, echo what many of my fellow board members have said. You know, not just about the safety, but I've had the opportunity to go into many of my schools and to see, you know, the security officers and resource officers interacting with the students and directing traffic and interacting with the parents and really participating in that community, as well as, you know, at ROSAC keeping us safe during meetings. And, you know, I just want to say how much I appreciate it, and thank you as well.
Thank you. Member Snively?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have had the privilege of working with many of you throughout the years, and I am completely honored to be associated with such an esteemed group of professionals. And I can say that because as a school board member, we get to talk to other school districts, and we get to sometimes meet with other school board members and compare notes about this part of the school district or that part of the school district. And this school district has an incredible reputation for this department. And I cannot thank Chief Newman and all of you enough for everything that you do to protect every single person at this school district. And like Dr. Hahn said, there's an expectation that when we send our children off to school, that we're leaving them in a safe environment where they can learn and flourish And without you, that would not happen. So thank you from the bottom of my heart, and know that we feel very, very safe whenever we see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Snively. And I just wanted to briefly say that I think, you know, in the last 10, 15 years, we've seen our schools change so much, and we want to thank each and every one of you. We hope that we'll never need you for an emergency, but day to day, building those relationships with our students, our children, and having that understanding that children make those mistakes and they're learning through you. I just want to say I appreciate it so much. Having 2 high school children, I know that sometimes children make bad decisions, and for you to really make sure to understand that and try to lead them in the right path. We are seeing the number of students who are the rest being decreasing, the number of students trying to make good choices, and a lot of that has to do with you and your work, not just for safety, but day to day, the relationships that we're building. And I want to thank each and every one of you for your time, your commitment, and to making our schools safer and better, and to working in our community. And I want to thank each of you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to say a few comments because then we have like 1 minute and 45 seconds. I was assured it's under 2-minute video that we want to share with you. But you know, back in 1972, the superintendent in the schools protected the administrative buildings, worked on some employee misconduct issues, and sometimes got called to a school site. You fast forward 50 years, later, a lot's changed. Columbine in 1917, then is always changing in this country and in this district specifically. But I tell you what hasn't changed: the support from the leadership, from the school board, from the superintendent, and the great staff that I work with. Think about all the school board members between then and now. They still kept us around. And obviously we've gotten bigger because of those tragedies, and we've learned from them. But we did it we did it based on 3 good things. One, the partnerships we have with law enforcement and public safety in this county is above reproach. I go to other districts, like Ms. Snively said, and they ask me, how do we do it? How do we get along with Sheriff Chronister and Chief O'Connor and Chief Albano? And, Chief Bradford was here earlier from Plant City. He had to leave. I was going to give him my gas money because he came all the way from Plant City. It's also built on the great team that I have. I have a great team, and I don't tell them thank you enough. I mean, all hours of the night, the crazy guy behind the curtain calls them, and they're there to help. They're there to do whatever it does to keep our schools, safe. And lastly, it's because we have a good partnership with the school boards and the superintendent and his staff. So those 3 things together are a good formula, and I think we provide a very good service. When all is said and done, I want my grandson to go home safe from Lutz K-8. You know what I mean? I want my wife, who's a teacher at Martinez, to go home safe, and my daughter, who teaches at Canella. Appreciate the proclamation. I'm not sure if Lieutenant Roykin wants to say a few words just for being here for 2 hours and 45 minutes. I think he deserves at least, hello, my name is Kurt. Thank
you, Chief.
Sure.
Appreciate it. Hello, my name is Kurt. Thank you. Now, on behalf of the Tampa Police Department, we just want to say how proud we are to serve with school security. Professionalism and the partnership that we enjoy from Chief Newman and his entire command staff and all the officers that make up the school security forces, they are phenomenal. Chief nailed it when he says it's a partnership. I've never been around any other group of agencies between the Sheriff's Office, Tampa Police, Plant City Police, Temple Terrace Police, and school security that can all come together collectively and do the job that we do day in and day out. So we count it a privilege to work with them. And to all of you guys, we have your back. I know you have ours. Thank you for what you do. Thank you so much.
Pablo, I did not preview this video, so I am as pensive as you are, but whenever you're ready. Oh, there's no music, so maybe we'll hum. Okay. I did get this is the old range. I do get a chuckle at some of the uniforms. This is Donna. She's retired. That's our first patrol car. Well, we do have still some of those. Let's not talk about cars. Let's not talk about cars. They're that 1994, our first official patrol car, and I think that guy in the shorts probably drove it. We started going back. We've had 4 chiefs in the school district. Sadly, Chief Freeberg, my predecessor, passed away about 6 weeks ago. But we've had some really talented people run this division. But I'll tell you, since I got here with 78 people back in 2014, and now we're a department of almost 385. That comes with a big lift. That comes with a lot of work, a lot of support. I understand school districts, just so happen to be looking at Susie when I said it, but school districts are not in the habit of buying guns and bullets and cars and vests and leather gear. So for what we've done, as a result of Stoneman Douglas is pretty impressive. It's a good-looking group. Anyone have any questions? Because this will wrap up here shortly. I thought I was going to play it to the music of Bad Boys. Bad Boys, apparently not. And lastly, don't ever stand up and look at the back of your head wondering who's the ball guy at the podium. Then you realize it's you. Look, thank you all very much. We appreciate the support very much.
Chief, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your leadership.
Yeah.
And everyone that you do every single day. Thank you for protecting our students.
Thank you.
Next time you got to sing Bad Boys.
And please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. The following items will now be heard: C504, C601, C602, C604, C607, C608, C609, C610, C611, C613, C1001, C1002, C1003, C1004, C1005, and C1201. We'll start with 504. Oh, I'm sorry, we already did 504. We'll move on to 601, budget amendments for the period ending in January 31st, 2022. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is our budget amendment for ending period of January 31st of 2020. I'm going to transition over to our CFO, Mrs. Johnson, her team with Mrs. Garcia.
Good evening, board members. Good evening, board members. Chair, Superintendent, and constituents, this will be a short presentation. It'll be done by Susan Garcia, our budget director.
We've broken up the slides into individual pieces so you could see it better, so hopefully everybody can see this a little bit better than before. The first slide is our adopted budget that was adopted September 9th of 2021. The budget that was projected for revenue was $1 and the expenditure budget was $1.6 billion, which was going to create a deficit of $61.4 million. We projected fund balance to end at the end of the fiscal year at let me put on my glasses, at $86.1 million. So this slide shows the budget amendments. The difference between the revised budget as December 31st and the January 31st budget. As you can see, there's very little change. There was only a $1,000 change within 2 functions. The overall budget did not change. The projected revenue as of January 31st would be $1.5 billion, and the projected expenditures would be $1.6 billion, which would leave us a fund balance of $57.8 million. And this was caused by the 28 additional million that was from McKay and the FES scholarship in October. Wait, I can't see. This slide, we really want to concentrate on the second column. And this is the actual expenditures as of January 31st. And as of January 31st, we received $1 billion in revenue, and we only had $910 million in expenses. The fund balance at the end of January was $275.1 million. I know this sounds really high, but we got to remember that the revenue we receive in December and January is increased because of the property tax revenue we receive. And you'll see as the time goes by, the expenditures start overcoming the revenue. We show you this slide every time. This is just the bell curve of the cash flows. You can see December and January are the months with the highest cash. We project to end the year with $90 million in cash. This slide actually compares the January fund balance with the projected fund balance at the end of the year. So as of January, we had $275 million in fund balance. We project $57.8 million in fund balance. That is if nothing happens, if the fiscal recovery plan is not implemented, and if there are no changes. We do have a fiscal recovery balance. We will have an $18.3 million unrestricted fund balance. This is what the $45.8 million, and the variance is additional from what we have right now. And for the 2%, we would need an additional $12 million to get to the $30.5 million 2% fund balance. And that's about it.
A second to approve item C601. I have a motion by member Washington, and I have a second by member Hahn. Is there any discussion? Sorry, I took a pencil. This is 22008. This will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. Title IV grant provides student support and academic enrichment with the purpose of improving student academic achievement within our school district. And what we do is leveraging Title IV dollars to be able to place climate and culture resource teachers in every one of our high schools to continue to have ongoing support. With this said, we are required
as much as, again, I don't want to do anything that would put our teachers or our students in any sort of issue of not being set up for success, I really have to think long and hard about my vote on this specific item. And again, I know it's not us, it's the state, but I just wanted to voice my comments about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. And I also have a few questions as well. I've been fortunate enough to travel throughout the world and learn about different religions, Judaism, Hinduism, Shintoism. And I grew up with two different religions in my household. So I was curious, Mr. Porter, I'm looking at the best book list, and I'm only seeing one religion represented in the book list from the best book list from Florida. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, but I want to be clear. The texts that are being submitted for your consideration tonight, as Mr. Connor said, are coming from the state, and they're aligned to testing. And so they're being used for secular purposes, not religious purposes. So to the extent that you are concerned about that, you need to keep in mind that two things. One, that these are state-recommended books that are going to be aligned to testing for our students. And two, they're not going to be used, or they cannot be used for religious purposes. They need to be used for secular purposes. So, but to your point, with specific texts that are in there, it is my understanding, and staff is better able to answer that the only texts that have any sort of religious overtones are from the Christian faith. That's my understanding, but staff should confirm that.
Yeah, I just had a question because I reviewed this list very thoroughly, and I found, I think it was 7, you can see tabbed, but only from one religion. Is that correct? Are there any other religions? Confucianism? Is there anything else that is represented in these books, in the best book list?
So the specific titles you're referencing do come from the Old Testament. So that is Judaism and Christianity of the Judeo-Christian faith. So that is specific to this book list. Remember, this is not exhaustive. These are not the only books or texts that teachers are allowed to incorporate into their instruction when they're doing analytic review of the history, the culture, and the literary value of specific texts are not limited to just these books. We felt it necessary that because they were very specific in the guidance document provided by the state related to these standards, that we would purchase them.
Okay, and I guess I'm a little concerned because we look at Hillsborough County with such a diverse community where we have a large Asian influence, a very large Islamic group as well in Temple Terrace. So I know you said that other books can be used, but through this text, when students are going to be tested 30%, are we looking at only one, are we only looking at one book of faith that is being represented here by the state? That's mandated. I know that teachers can do outside of that. As far as mandating by the state, and when you think about the first constitution of separation of church and state, I'm just wondering how that is occurring and why is it only one religion is represented, or maybe two, but one book.
Yeah, so I can't speak specifics to the actual assessment. We know very little about the new assessment and the progress monitoring assessment that the state is putting out, and they'll be providing more guidance around that with test item specifications. I would believe, and I can't speak on behalf of the state, we do know that they have shared with us that 30% of the assessment could contain content from these books specifically. The other 70% could come from a variety of sources. So it's hard to say that it would only be limited to just these specific titles because it's only 30% of the assessment.
Okay, thank you. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Tracy Bergman. I think you read every one of the books, I was told, and I know you know what's going on. Daniela Simlak also, I thank you for your just comprehensive study and review, all of you actually. I'm probably leaving someone out. Well, I'm pragmatic and half German, so if you want to play to win, you must have the tools and the preparation. So yes, to this item. And also what we're seeing, I think all of us have seen enough evidence that we're leaning to two extremes. The far left with sexual explicit sex going on in some of our library books with lessons, and on the other extreme, the Old Testament, Book of Solomon, and the Book of Psalms. Some of the books on this list would be very much limiting diversity, which is what we're trying to have in our school district. Two extremes. Well, what happens is if you're an AP teacher, which I've been many years, you want to make sure students look at both extremes. And the most important part is you don't want to ban books, but rather you want them to explore, be it extreme or not, so they can become critical thinkers. And critical thinking is a skill that should begin early on, should begin in grades 1. In other words, a critical thinker asks about the details, the whys, the rationale, and then tries to become part of the solution, tries to make a conclusion. And I believe the best standards want this to occur with our students, to become critical thinkers. So if this is part of the plan, we will question it, because when you have 300 books and you have a demographic overview of 1.4% given to Native Americans, 2.4% of the books for Asians, 4.6% for Hispanic, 10.5% for Black, and 79% for white. Now, that to me is pretty darn discriminatory, but we can't do anything. It's mandated by the state, and I'm out of time to speak, but there's a little bit of outrageousness on this whole situation.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Perez?
If race has no history, it has no worthwhile tradition, it becomes a neglectable factor in thought, of the world, and it stands in danger of being exterminated. That's a quote from Carter Woodson. Our student population has a right to be represented in all areas of their education. In this list, Harriet Tubman is written by a Caucasian author. So I have a question. When our teachers are preparing their students for their proficiency tests, how long does this preparation take? Does it take months or just a couple of weeks?
Yes, Ma'am, through the chair. We spend the entire school year being able to prepare our children every single day. So, we stay within the content limits, the scope and the sequence of our standards, but we build knowledge and use informational text to be able to allow our students to continue to compete every single day.
So currently there's legislation being considered to tie this to teacher pay. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am, that is accurate.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is that punishing teachers by their pay is much more important than rewarding our teachers for helping our students become well-rounded, culturally competent, critical thinkers, and ready to face their futures with the knowledge of who they are. The list provided to me is a list of books which 80% are written by Caucasian authors, 55% are white male, and only 35% are the female voice represented. 20% of the books are written by a combination of Black, Hispanic, Native American, and Asian authors. So to put it in perspective, 293 of the books on this list are written by Caucasian authors, and 77 books represent writers from other ethnicities. How is this in the least a fair representation of our student population? I'm asking that. That's a question.
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. I would say that, my job and responsibility is to expose our students to content that's going to allow them to be successful within their grade bands. I think it's unfair for us to not put text in front of children that they're going to be assessed upon. And at the same token, as you spoke about just a minute ago, there's potential language that's going to be linked to educator performance. So we have to be able to arm our teachers and our students with the necessary resources to be successful. I think, from this process, are there books on there that we agree with or disagree with? The answer could be yes for every one of us individually. But right now, this is the list that has been adopted by the state of Florida, that has been recommended by the state of Florida. And if they're going to make this 30% of the assessment, it would be unfair for us not to put this content in front of children.
So do we have the opportunity to make this a fair representation of our students, of our student population?
Great question. Through the chair, absolutely. And our team in academic services is committed to making sure that we have an inclusive, diverse learning experience for our students. And so this is only stage one of a few purchases that we would like to make to supplement the current curriculum. We also feel our team has worked tirelessly this year at K2 and working through 312 to build a robust curriculum that not only includes what I would call required, because we know that they're going to be part of the assessment in some way, shape, or form in this list, but to build a comprehensive, robust curriculum that is diverse, that represents the diversity of our community and reflects our values. So absolutely, when we talk about News ELA and the informational articles that are provided through there with some diverse representation that we can supplement some of the purchases that will be forthcoming in the near future with diversity as an important part of that, is all to bring this a one cohesive, robust curriculum that I think we will be proud to stand by in Hillsborough County.
Thank you. Because, our students should have the freedom to have their voices equally heard, their history told, heritage dignified, to include young people, differently abled, the LGBT, and anyone else included in this district. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Hahn.
Thank you, Member Combs. I do agree that we need to be providing students with the materials that we know they're going to be assessed on. And we also know it's going to be tied to teacher performance, perhaps at some point. So I would not want to not provide them those things, but find a way to do it and build upon it so that it is more expansive for our students. I'm pleased to hear that you're going to be looking for, inclusive ways to expand the options for books for students. What I'd like you to talk a little bit about, Mr. Superintendent, or through the superintendent to his staff, is if there is a parent who is unhappy with one of the books that is on this list, what is the process and procedures for them to either, to opt out? And how would you address that if a parent really came and said, I really am not comfortable with my child reading X book? What is the process that you're creating for that?
Yes, ma'am, the chair. I think it's a really good question. I think with this, with these texts that we will adopt, we will have to provide an opt-out version. I'll let Mr. Connor or Tracy kind of work through that process and what it looks like, and we'll launch that at the beginning of the school year.
Yeah, through the chair, I'll say we're working feverishly right now as we're working with CTA, and we're bringing groups of teachers together to make that process as easy for the teacher as possible, in looking at the possibility of, at the beginning of the year, really front-loading what particular text the teacher might select as a part of their curriculum for the year, and giving that information to parents early on so that they can make a decision to opt out or to be included in those specific texts for those lessons. And so that process is underway. We want to make sure we get it right before we push out any specific guidance to our teachers. So we've already worked through that, and Tracy and her team has done a great job in that. And if you want to share anything related to that, but we won't give the specifics right now until we have blessing from all of our stakeholder groups, but we're working through that right now, and I feel like it'll be a solid process that parents will know well in advance to make that decision for their child.
I appreciate that, and I'm glad you're thinking about that. Because like Ms. Gray said, we don't want to remove books, but we want to provide an opportunity for parents to have input in what their child is being exposed to in reading, and listening to some of the concerns of board members. I'd imagine, you'd want some opportunity for parents to weigh into that. So, another way to do it, to approach it too, maybe, I know we've talked about sending an opt-out form home that first week of school and then keeping that on record. And if you sent out the list of books, elementary, middle, and high school, broke it out, and then parents just said, okay, these are the books. You can send it electronically. You could send a paper that I'm opting out of, regardless of, what the teachers, that way you don't have to collect every teacher's list, right, which could be cumbersome. And teachers might change their mind and decide, well, 3 months from now, I'm going to use this book. And you don't want to be going back to parents 4, 5, 6 times a year every time the teacher picks a book. So just send the list out. Parents opt out of their books. They send the list back. You keep it on record. And when the teacher picks a book, she looks at the list. These 5 kids have opted out. I need to have a secondary choice. Boom, done.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate all of my fellow board members' conversations about this, and thank you for asking that question, Dr. Hahn. I do agree that we need an opt-out in general. Some things I wanted to respond to were, with all due respect, Member Gray, I don't think that there's any sexual content being taught in our schools around some of the books that parents had concerns with, and I think we need to be careful about what we say from the dais. And also, I think that critical thinking is important, and I agree with you on that. But in order to have critical thinking, you have to be exposed to as many different viewpoints and perspectives, especially when we're talking, whether it's secular, being taught as secular, when you're intermingling religious teachings into a curriculum. I also want to be clear that what we're talking about here is not book banning, that if we were to vote no on this agenda item, we're not in any way saying that we're stopping children from having access to this, that these books can't be in our libraries. Many of them are available online. What we're talking about is whether or not we want to spend $1.2 million to provide a set for every single classroom. So that's different than book banning. I also want to speak to what Member Perez said, and I really appreciate it because I wanted to bring that up as well. I think, parents have a right to know that when we look at this list, which was adopted very quickly. These standards were adopted very quickly, more quickly than I believe any standards have been in the past, without, much of a vetting process, and also many concerns from, authors and scholars and, other states about these standards in general, is that there isn't diversity on it. There are many books about Black history written by white authors. And I do appreciate that, Superintendent Davis and Mr. Connor are looking at making our curriculum diverse and adding things to supplement to make sure that we have all of those different perspectives for, developing critical thinkers, but I just wanted to clarify that, this agenda item is not about limiting the access to, anything that's required by the state. It's just about whether or not we want to prioritize spending $1.2 million to furnish one in every classroom, thinking that there's a 30% chance that some of it might be on a standardized test. Now, if I do vote in favor of this, which honestly I'm still not sure down to the very last moment, it would be because of the potential tied to teacher pay that might be coming down the pipeline, and how that puts us in a very unfair advantage that, in order to make sure that we're supporting our teachers, especially when we've been talking about their salary and a livable wage for so long, what we have to do is, furnish, possible religious texts in our classrooms. But that's all I have to say on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. And I wanted to mention a couple things. And with all due respect, Member Hahn, I fundamentally disagree with when you're looking at coding. I mean, the amount of time it would take to code which books students want, and as new books come in, and the time it would take for a teacher to check which book is going to be checked out, which book is not, a librarian keeping up with it. We're talking about tens of thousands of hours when we want parents involved. They should be involved. They should be looking at what books they're choosing from the library. Choosing a book from the library and that choice is very different than mandating a list of books. Maybe I misunderstood, but maybe I misunderstood, but I just think it's very different when we're talking about library books that children go in and choose, and then a list of books that are mandated. And I would like to see this list be available for parents to know, because I do think that other religions should know that only one religion is really being talked about in our district or in our state. And I can't understand how our First Amendment of separation of church and state, and Mr. Porter, you gave me countless cases that go along with that. I can't understand how that's happening, in our state. We're looking at banning books that kids get to choose, and then we're being told that these books have to be chosen. So it's really disappointing to me, and I'm obviously have no choice but to support this, because I'm going to support teachers, because I don't want teachers to not receive money they obviously deserve because of that. And I would like to see to make sure that we are choosing other books that really look like students, and we are also giving that balance, because we should not be just teaching one religion in our schools. We should not be teaching any religion. But if we're going to do it by stories, then let's make sure other stories are also represented. So I just did want to say that. Thank you. Member Washington?
Thank you. As I sat here and analyzed, it seemed like powers are being taken away from the districts in order to make decisions on learning. I think that's very important for us to realize. And believe it or not, we're in a catch-22 either way. Because if we don't, then if we say, well, no, we're not going to do this, then we're going to harm teachers and students from being progressive. We have to really think, and I agree with Member Perez, how we can get black and brown students involved in this, because I think that's very important. let's think out of there. It's important for us to make sure that they are involved. And we do have some authors. And I remember you and I, Mr. Conner, we were talking about this, that we are going to have everybody involved in this, because it's so important when you're learning, you got to learn about you. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what's important. But I'm going to vote for it because we don't have an out, and we don't have an out, because I don't want students nor teachers being denied the right for them to be successful in Hillsborough County. So I'm going to vote yes on that. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to suggest, since we're using the word supplements, and to your credit, Mr. Conner, Superintendent Davis, as Member Washington and I go through the African American Task Force, you are continually adding supplements. And great teachers, good teachers, we are always looking for supplements. The textbook is old-fashioned, or use that, but always go for supplemental material. So what I would suggest, and you're probably on this already, is take the Native American, which is 1.4%, right? Find those supplements, give us board members a little bit of relief. Do the same for the Asian, the Hispanic, the Black, the white, and also the cultural stigma that's put onto the gay, the LGBT. We need to make sure that we're not shutting the doors on that column as well. So, as far as this board, I think what we're asking, we're going to vote for it because we want the teachers to be successful and the students successful on the test. However, we do need to see that there's some relief. So supplements, I think, is always good for critical thinking. Of course it is. And secondary sources, etc. Regarding I think it was the lawn boy, in a remark made by Member Vaughn. This was taught in a school, and it is graphic, full of wisdom and comedy, at the same time showing fondness of child girls. That indicates a little bit more to the extreme in my mind. And what happened, though, is it was a good result because the teacher used it as a lesson with the law enforcement. So it actually was a lesson. But the analogy still, when you teach a lesson, that's still accessible. In other words, assessments are done on that level, just as they will be done with the 300 or the 30% on the 300 books. So, we're seeing the left and the right, but all the while, we're all sharing that we are not involved in banning books. We want the kids to have the extremes and in the middle. But at any rate, I think the modifier would be the supplemental material. And if you'd like to speak on that, you're agreeing with me, but please do speak.
Through the chair, I'm going to have Tracy Bergman share a little bit. We have some proposals that will be forthcoming, like I mentioned earlier, around supplementing not only what we have here, but going beyond that to create that diversity and inclusive environment that we desire.
So I think there's a couple of pieces with this particular purchase that's coming on. Like you all have indicated, one of the reasons why we're requesting the purchase of these books is simply that. We want to give our students and our teachers access to do the best they can on an assessment that we don't know a whole lot about, that we know is coming, and that we know could potentially be, connected to VAM, pay, et cetera, et cetera. But the most important side of it also is the literacy side of it and the literacy aspect of it. And so when you take a look first at the best standards themselves, when you take a look at the design of them, they were designed for students and teachers to study different literary elements, different classical periods, elements of argument to get into that critical thinking. And so some of the titles were selected and were matched up to certain aspects of the best standards directly. So that is how some of those titles landed on the best list. Some of them were used as exemplars, etc. But they're one piece. They're 30%, right? I mean, if you take down the breakdown, right, 30%. That leaves us 70%. And so just like any curriculum that you buy, whether you're buying it in literacy, whether you're buying it in math, our district, our teachers, and our kids deserve the best they can. And that's where my team, and that's where our supervisors, and that's also where our teachers come in as well, and really seeking out input. They know their kids best, and the ones up in front of them, right, across all 200 and some odd schools. So really seeking out their input, getting some ideas of what text selections do you think would best fit our students when we think about mirrors and windows, when we think about the types of authors that we want our kids to study, we think about the lack of diversity that's been brought up on the best list, but we think about the diversity that represents the district, right? And trying to come down to, we have over 36% Hispanic. That means we should be trying to come pretty close to that match, right? And so really looking at that. So that's also part of that process, is to get the input in the curriculum design and to say, yeah, these are part of it. We need to include it. We need to have access, but we also need to think about then how else do we need to support the curriculum to ensure that it's not just a one-sided piece. And again, that's where that input, the curriculum writing, and looking really at what do the standards expect? What are those expectations? It is knowledge building. It is content driven. It is an understanding of literary periods. It's an understanding of argument. It's an understanding of rhetoric. It's an understanding of language. And so how do we best support that? And sometimes the best way to develop critical thinkers is to look at different things from different perspectives, right? Like, so looking at things from different things, and that's part of then kind of where we need to go with it, you know, as those pieces, as we get our input and as we begin that curriculum writing process. So this isn't the end and saying, okay, here's the curriculum, these best lists and you know, our adopted materials. No, this is actually just the beginning. It's the foundational piece, because we did feel we got to give them the opportunity. It's not fair to our teachers to not give them access to have them. But it's not the end-all be-all, and it's certainly not where our team stops in terms of making sure that we have the best, robust, standards-aligned curriculum we can have.
And through that, Tracy, we're going to involve our teachers and our workforce to be able to select their books.
Librarians, too, right?
Thank you for that very detailed and thorough answer. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Combs. So I think the conversation is getting a little convoluted, and because we're moving between talking about this agenda item and then some members are talking about books that have been brought up at public comment. So I just want to clarify, for the sake of, you know, the community and my board members, that when I provided that, you know, having parents look at a list of books, it wasn't library books. I was speaking to this agenda item, not to a larger conversation that I think the board needs to have, and I'll be requesting a workshop on it. But for tonight, I was just talking about this agenda item, and that it is a limited number of books, and you know, board members brought up concerns about certain books on it, and that, you know, and that made me think, you know, obviously you've talked about having the list go home to parents and figuring out a way, if parents want to opt out of certain books that they're not comfortable with, we should think about that. It was not about coding a library of books. I was speaking to this agenda item because I don't want to confuse those two conversations. So for this item, you know, if there are concerns from parents around books, whether it's on, you know, on this list, then provide them a voice in that. And that's all I was saying. So I just wanted to clarify that, because I think our conversations were getting meshed with, you know, a bigger conversation. And I don't want to confuse the community and students and teachers around that. So I thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Perez?
I remember years ago, we were having issues with certain groups, ethnicities, understanding, like the word yacht. You know, kids did not understand those words, or, you know, certain words that were in our literature that certain groups did not understand. Okay. And it's ironic that, you know, they call this the best, you know, standards. I just have an issue with that. When you're asking students, this is 30% of the literature, and for me, the authors of, you know, that were selected, at least 80% of those authors, you know, are very different from the population, especially the majority of the population we have here in Hillsborough County. So Superintendent, can you have someone explain to me when will that be brought to us, since we're being asked to vote on this tonight, and when would the other books be selected? When can we expect that? And will they mirror by diversity, the books that were on this list, and it's going to be, will it be as far as an even, 30% as well, for our students with the same content, that these books have as well?
Yes, ma'am. To the chair, we will bring this in the coming weeks to be able to the board for approval. I'll let Tracy speak to the breakdown related to how he selected books and how we would diversify our classroom libraries.
So yes, you'll be seeing a lot of me because I have quite a few book purchases in my head that I'd like to bring to you, and that is our number one goal. So obviously, we'll be back in a few months. We're in the process now of selecting the books, so I can't give you titles. Teachers are still in that process, and from there, it's looking at our curriculum, our materials, looking at some of the standards and stuff that are in like social studies, science, and things like that, and trying to find where does all that mesh so that we're reading text that's connected. So as opposed to this random book over here, because that's not going to help build vocabulary and things like that. But yeah, so our goal is first to support the curriculum, and in terms of curriculum, the books that are actually studied, which is what we're seeking input on at the moment, in terms of like what we would write, what middle school and high school would consider quote unquote novel studies, what we would consider supporting novels in the elementary lands. And then from there, we're going to build out, our goal is to ultimately build out to the classroom libraries as well, to ensure that when I go to the shelf as, little third grader and, I am Hispanic, I can look at that shelf and say, hey, there's, here's some books where the characters look like me on the cover, right? Or if I'm African American, and here's some books that look like me. So it's kind of, it is a tiered, I'm going to call it tiered for lack of a better word, approach to purchasing and rolling out our new curriculum. When we budgeted from our K-12 reading dollars, this was part of our allocation because we knew that texts are important. It's the number one way you teach kids how to read is by giving them books. So, that's kind of, so that's kind of our point there, is to really think about those things, and as well as keeping the standards at the forefront, because ultimately that is our responsibility to teach it. But, kind of putting all of those things in place.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Bergman. And I know we have we have a lot of items left. Member Perez?
But I just want to make sure that it's reminded that, when the other items are brought back to that this is, that it's a, that it's an ongoing issue, that this is not a one and done, and then when you bring back the other books, that it's a whole new item, that this is included, those books are also included in this vote, because my worry is that we vote for this and then the other books are bought back and it's not approved. That's, for me, that's a worry.
And I think you said the key word there, Board Member Perez, ongoing, right? In terms of titles, in terms of, our community is constantly changing, things happening in the world. To stay relevant in the literacy world is, to stay on top of everything that's happening in the world around us, because that's how we build meaning for it as well. So I think ongoing is that key point. So thank you.
Mr. Porter?
I think it's important to make a few points here as you...
Can we have Ms. Snively, and then you can wrap that up? Okay, Member Snively, I just think it would be good, and then that way he can wrap that up.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. First, Tracy, thank you so much for your explanation. You articulated that very well, I think, because at the end of the day, this list that is approved by the DOE is tied to assessments, and it's tied to potentially teacher pay, and we're going to do, even if some of our board members have to hold their nose while they press the yes button, we have to do what's right for our students, and we have to do what's right for our teachers. And at this juncture, this is the right thing to do, is to approve this list that's been vetted by the DOE. The other thing I wanted just to remind board members, two things. One, our population in Hillsborough County is not exactly the same population when you talk about race and ethnicity as the entire state of Florida. And so when this list is developed at the DOE, I appreciate all the comments on diversity and the concern about diversity. I agree that we do need to have a diversified, robust selection of books to choose from, but through the lens of the DOE, they are looking at the entire state population and the ethnicity and race of the entire state of Florida, which is 77% Caucasian, 17% African American, and 26% Hispanic and Latino. So if that's not exactly, that may not be exactly how it's represented on this particular list, but the good part is that this only 30% of the assessment are based on texts, portions of these books, right? Right. It's not necessarily even the entire book. It's just portions of the book that are being utilized to study for and prepare for these assessments. So the good news is that 70% that's not on this list is, like you said, this is a foundation. It's an ongoing effort to continue to create a robust set of books for our children that will hopefully work towards matching the race and ethnicity that represents Hillsborough County Public Schools, right? So I'm obviously going to support this because it's the right thing to do, and I look forward to continuing to hear from you on how we're going to be, how we're going to create that additional diverse percentage of books that our children are exposed to, so that it's relatable to those students. So I plan to support this particular agenda item, and thanks for the conversation from all of the board members. And I'm with Dr. Hahn workshop.
Member Snively, thank you, and Mr. Porter will just wrap this up for us.
I will wrap it up briefly, but there were a lot of concepts discussed tonight, and to Ms. Snively's point, it was a very good discussion about a very weighty issue. But I wanted to clarify a few things about some of the comments and about some of the concerns, and also bring the board back to what you're actually voting on tonight. So first of all, there's been discussion about the separation of church and state. That concept is embedded in the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, which says Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. And the courts have interpreted that through the years to come up with the principle that we know as separation of church and state. And there are a body of cases throughout the centuries, really, that deal with that. And so school districts are subject to that. We have to be very careful when there are things that look like we could be assisting religion or promoting a religion or also inhibiting religion. So we have to be very careful about that. To the chair's point, there are some concerns that there are texts on this list that could imply that religion was going to be taught. I want to be clear that the list is coming from the state. And if there are concerns that religion is playing an inappropriate role with the government, that really is a concern that should be taken up with the state. What the board is voting on here today is a list provided by the state that will affect our students and our teachers. And so that's sort of what the board needs to focus on. Of course there are concerns, and if there are concerns, again, the appropriate level of government to take that up with is really the state. The other piece that's been discussed tonight is that we have the ability, or this board has the ability, to consider supplemental materials to reflect the diversity of the county. And I think that's what you're going to be seeing in the future. I do want to warn the board, though, to be careful when you start bringing in religious texts, regardless of what they are. The district has to be very careful that the inclusion of those texts do not seem to be promoting or assisting a religion or inhibiting it. So that's just all part of the conversation as this goes forward. But again, tonight, to focus on what you are in front of you tonight, it's to vote yes or no on this approved book list from the state.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Porter. We could be here till midnight, so let's please vote when your lights appear. It passes 6-1 with Member Perez voting no. Okay, next is 607, Piggyback National School Lunch Program, fresh delivered pizza. Superintendent Davis, will you highlight this item?
Yes, ma'am. Right before I do that, I want to thank Mr. Connor, Daniela Simic, also Tracy, Kim, and Angela, Literacy, and Debbie. That Literacy team is one of the best I've had a chance to work with, and we are really starting to gel, and they're doing some really good things for kids and for teachers, so thank you. Woo-hoo. All right, back to work. 6:07. This is a piggyback. This is a national school lunch program to piggyback with Domino's. We know that right now that there is a supply chain, concern related to being able to get sufficient food and products for our food and nutrition. And at the same token, there's also the inability to be able to hire a proper and a sufficient number of personnel to be able to cook certain ingredients and offerings and menu offerings within our cafeterias every day. So in order to supplement and to be able to make certain that when we offer pizza, it's on the menu, we are coordinating our efforts with Domino's for grades 6 through 12. And this will be an everyday order that when pizza is on the menu to be able to bring pizza to our school district. They are aligned to do have a pizza that is low-fat crust. Low-fat crust. I just want to make sure everybody understands it is aligned to the USDA national regulations, so that we are having healthy pizza within our schools. So Domino's is going to do this and help us, and it'll be a standing order every single day that we have it on the menu, and it's not going to be front loaded at the beginning of lunch. It'll be staggered throughout the lunch, so you'll see these deliveries on our campuses. And man, I didn't have that when I was a kid, but this is a great opportunity. This is $1 million out of our food and nutrition fund, and thank you to Ms. Hall for being able to bring this as a solution within our school district.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion, a second, to approve item C607. I have a motion by Member Perez, and I have a second by Member Washington. Member Vaughn pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
I do, thank you. Superintendent Davis, is this going to be just included when we would have pizza day, or is this going to be like an additional fee that kids pay extra for to access this pizza?
No, ma'am. This is, through the chair, this is only going to be inclusive of when we offer pizza for the menu. It's only to be a supplement to really help us out.
Okay, because we did have Pizza Hut at Gaither Elementary, but you had to purchase it separately. So I just wanted to make sure it was accessible to everyone in lieu of the pizza we would normally make.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please vote when your lights appear. Okay, it passes unanimously. 608, piggyback, 21193, MST BJH, Comprehensive Energy Consulting and Management Services. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is a piggyback for Comprehensive Energy Consultant and also Management Services. Currently, we use natural gas, and we're moving to more natural gas within our school district to be able to save us money. And we currently have a partnership or piggyback with the state of Florida, which has a fluctuating price per unit in Decatrim, DTH. So what we're doing is the consultants have found and identified another piggyback that gives us a stable price for the next 5 years, and really allows us to move to more natural gas at a more consistent lower level cost to our school district. Currently, right now, I believe we are spending $8.33 per gallon, and what this does, due to a stationary cost, takes us down to $4.68 per gallon for natural gas, and this is going to save us money in the long run. It could fluctuate from saving us between $134,000 a year to $340,000 a year. It just depends on our overall use, and this will be ringing reasonably.
Hello, Plain City. I'm Bill.
I guess that's my call. That's not part of the agenda item, but I'll bring this to you and pull this to discussion also because it will be used general fund to be able to do so.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C608. I have a motion by Member Gray, and I have a second by Member Washington. Member Vaughn, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
I don't have this in the list that was pulled. I thought it was pulled because it was general funds. I just asked not to put back any items that were pulled by surprise, but I don't have any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Member Vaughn. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 609, piggyback, 2203, PGB, LG Providers of International Educators. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. Through the chair, we've got to find continued solutions to be able to fill, instructional positions within our school district. As we know, it's a national shortage. And I read an article, this week that says that over, before the pandemic to currently now, we have 567,000 less educators and teachers in front of our students throughout this nation. So this is an opportunity for us to engage with a provider for international educators and for us to be able to bring those individuals to Tampa and be able to fill positions. This is going to be around 75 positions that we're asking this vendor to be able to bring to us, and this is a $1 million cost. And currently, right now, they're interacting with Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia as well.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion, a second, to approve item C609. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Gray. Member Vaughn pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
No, I appreciate it. I just wanted to highlight again that we're doing everything we can to bring as many teachers and adults into our classroom. And, I know we briefly spoke about it, but, I just wanted to clarify that although there is a retaining upfront fee, that we're not spending any extra money for that we're making that up in retirement and health and life insurance. So I just don't want, any feedback from the public concern that, we're paying for teachers and we're not, prioritizing our teachers. So I just wanted to highlight that we're doing everything that we can to get as many teachers and bodies in our schools to take care of our children as possible.
That's accurate.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Gray?
Just two questions. Thanks, Madam Chair. Superintendent Davis, which schools are chosen and how are they selected?
Yes, ma'am. Through the chair, it's going to be, every school could be selected. It's just going to be based on need. I mean, we had a parent tonight talk about West Chase, elementary school and their dual language program. What a beautiful opportunity to find someone that can come fill the individual needs and be able to allow that program to continue to flourish and expand. So we'll look at the overall certifications and requirements of those individuals transition into Hillsborough County, and we will match them up with our needs within our school district.
Thank you. And what a coup d'etat. I think it's a great program and an excellent, rich diversity type of program for our educators for the future of our kids too. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Perez?
Can you explain what Kelly Services is doing right now to help fill these vacancies, please?
Yes, ma'am. To the chair, we see that there's been an upward movement to Kelly Services being able to fill positions. It continues to fluctuate related to accessibility and the number of vacancies that we have. We know that if we have a long weekend, it could sometimes be more challenging to be able to fill the positions. We do know that the district staff has been trying to fill positions where needed through Stu and Shay, but we continue to coach and work with Kelly Services to do everything they can to bring individuals back to be able to fill. And I think the biggest thing we see now is that our principals, once they get a substitute that is working diligently and working hard and differentiating and learning the curriculum and working in PLCs, they're continuing to have them on a call list and asking for them to stay within their schools. And I went today to Cypress Creek before I went to Waimama Village Launch and saw two substitutes that were remarkable working with students. So we know they're there. We're continuing to hold them accountable, and I'll let Dr. Whalen expand.
As I also shared in the board member updates, in the month of January, Kelly Services added 150 substitutes to our substitute pool, so they are actively recruiting as well. I know you see the signs when you go to the schools in your areas that you visit that are out there, and they also added 2 additional recruiters. So we have 4 recruiters that work exclusively with Hillsborough County schools. So I just wanted to provide that update publicly as well.
Thank you, Dr. Whalen. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 610, sole source document 2120 EST-SK LampSim ST Training System from Innovation. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. This once again goes to our continued concentration on workforce development. Irwin Technical College offers surgical technicians and technology to our students, and they have to have 600 clinical hours to be able to hands-on training to be able to be credentialed. And what we're doing here is being able to expand to have a virtual laparoscopic training system where students will get a chance to interact with surgical camera, navigation, look at the surgical anatomy, and also use of certain instruments that are really working in the current role right now within that profession and in that field. Once again, we continue to leverage workforce, CARES Act 3 money that's all pinned there for workforce, and this will be a $245,000 expenditure with that categorical.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion, a second, to approve item C610. I have a motion by Member Perez, and I have a second by Member Washington. Member Vaughn, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
No, I got my questions answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 611, piggyback, 21198, DST-LG, charter bus rentals, alternate transportation services, and car rentals. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. Currently, ALC supplements our district transportation by using SUVs, minivans, wheelchair-accessible vans, sedans to be able to transport students in need. And so what we're doing here is being able to bring a piggyback to be able to continue those rentals, to be able to make certain that students continue to be transported to alternative sites, be able to be transported to and from schools or events. One thing we use these types of vehicles is so we do not use our yellow fleet and have such a open form of capacity, and this is lower on fuel as well versus running our buses every day.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item 611. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Gray. Member Vaughn, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
No, this was just another general fund item that gets pulled down.
Okay. Thank you, Member Vaughn. Please vote when your lights appear. Oh, no, there was other comments. Do we have some more comments?
Yes.
Member Gray, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, we've had, I believe, Member Snively, you remember this. This is an alternate transportation. I believe we did the same one before. And this might be, but this is before you came, Superintendent Davis. The, all transportation involves the safety of our children in terms of transporting them. So I just want to make sure, and I'm sure the board does as well, are these folks getting, I'd like to have them level 2 background checks. I think that's extremely important. I don't know who can answer that. Usually Mr. Farkas would, but is there anyone that can answer that at this time?
Dr. Whalen?
Thanks.
Yes, we would process them as a vendor, and they would have to meet the same requirements that any of our other vendors would have to meet. So we can look into that and provide you some more information on all of those steps.
Please do. And also the second question, which is a very important question, our bus drivers currently are trauma-based trained. They've taken PD. And my question is, because kids can be volatile, they could be all kinds of moods, are these individuals, these drivers, going through the same type of PD as our normal bus drivers?
Dr. Whalen?
That I don't currently have the answer for you.
And you'll get that back to me as well. And last, are they drug tested as well?
We'll get all of that information.
Okay, so information's upcoming. Thank you, Dr. Whalen.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Snively?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent, can you help me understand if this is supposed to allow the district not to pay for unused capacity in vehicles? Help me understand why we're not saving money as opposed to a financial impact of $500,000.
Yes, ma'am. So through the chair, this is a current expense that a previous agreement we currently had. So, the chart should identify that the $500,000 has been spent in the last couple of years. So it's not a additional $500,000 that will impact our general fund. It's just going to be moving from one agreement to another agreement. Ideally, we want to be able to use multiple vendors, and we have ACL and Hopskip Drive as well. But this is just substituting a previous agreement that the district approved and transition into to the same financial impact.
Okay, so the financial impact is not changing.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Then I guess I still can't wrap my head around how are we saving money? The way that this is written in the description makes it sound like because we are going to be able to use smaller capacity vehicles that we'll be able to save money by using two different companies, because ALC maybe uses larger capacity vehicles that we don't necessarily need when we're only transporting 1 or 2 students. So if we're using this Hop, Skip, Drive, Inc. and ALC, then technically we should be saving money. So help me understand that.
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. The money, the savings becomes with us not using our yellow fleet with our buses versus just using these individuals in their smaller capacity units.
Right. So where's the savings?
Well, I could run the numbers for you, how much it would cost us to run the buses. We are not saving from agreement to an agreement. We are saving from using the yellow fleet versus using their smaller capacity vehicles.
I think with the concerns that Ms. Gray has and the concerns that I have, we might need to table this one.
If you want to do that, there are 2 things you need to do. You need to ask the superintendent whether this is a time-sensitive item, and if it is, you need to consider that, and then you can make a motion to continue until the next meeting. So I would first ask the superintendent whether this is a time-sensitive item.
At this time, from my side of it, I'll have to, we can, if you want to pull it, we can. If there's additional services that we needed to run, if there's a time sensitive related to this particular issue, and I'll have to get with transportation, we'll just have to use our yellow fleet in that process. But related to this, this is it's the same expenditures that we've had in the past using it currently. So related to, I know the question was asking to saving money. It's more in theory of related to using yellow fleet versus using these particular vendors to be able to transition to and from different locations.
I would like to see a proposal if the theory is that we're going to be saving money, but obviously we already have an agreement with ALC, so I'm guessing that it won't impact our services to students because we currently have an agreement with ALC. This is just an additional agreement with an alternative transportation source that we have additional questions about, Ms. Gray and I. So if I'm assuming correctly that we can still continue to use ALC to provide the transportation for our special needs students, then perhaps we can postpone this particular agenda item for one more meeting to get our questions answered. Is that correct?
We can.
Okay.
Make a motion to continue. That will require a second and then a vote.
Okay. I would like to thank you, Mr. Porter and Mr. Superintendent. I would like to make a motion to continue until all of the board member questions can be answered.
I want to give it a time.
Yes, the next board meeting.
Yeah, we'll be ready for that.
Okay.
And I have a motion by Member Snively on the floor to continue, and I have a second by Member Gray.
So now the board just needs to, if there are any questions about.
Yeah. Are there any questions or discussion, and then about the continuation? If not, let's vote to see if we will continue. Is that correct? Let's go ahead. And right now you're voting if you'd like to continue until next meeting.
If you vote yes, that means this will be not heard tonight. It will be heard at the next board meeting. If you vote no, it'll be heard tonight.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to use yellow fleet. So.
Okay. So it passes. So this will be brought back at the next board meeting.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to the next item, which is 613, Agreement 20206, PGB LG Computer Hardware, Software, Supplies, and Services. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is an agreement with the computer hardware, software, supplies, and services for our school district. As we know, we got to continue to be able to address the digital divide and provide equipment to our students. What this does is allows us to purchase over 32,000 laptops for our students in our schools, and also 14,000 teacher laptops. Transitioning 2 years ago, one thing that we identified is that when we hire teachers or current teachers, we do not hand them laptops as a standard protocol of equipment. So this allows us to be able to have this overall refresh and give our students and our teachers the overall needs that they need to be successful. This comes with computer software as well, with having Lightspeed content filters, which is our Intervention Protective Act that we have to be able to provide on our computers. And at the same token, this allows our technology services for the vendor to be able to do an asset collection and also re-imaging for our software, so they are up and ready and aligned with all of our platforms for them to be able to interact with.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C613. I have a motion by Member Snively, and I have a second by Member Gray. Member Vaughn and I both pulled this item. Member Vaughn, do you have any questions or comments?
I do, thank you. Superintendent Davis, we a few months ago approved another $27 million out of the CARES Act money to do our phases of getting one-to-one devices. Is this a continuation of that? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am, through the chair, this is a continuation to that process. As a reminder, we were, for one device to every 6 students, and we are transitioning currently right now for one device to every 2 students. And this allows us to continue to chip away for that one-to-one accessibility to be in our core classrooms.
So that would mean the total spent on this is $54 million. Is that correct, if we approve this tonight?
It would be somewhere around there. We spent a lot of money from going to 28,000 functional laptops to now we currently have over 120,000 laptops within our school district.
And will this complete this? Will this give us one-to-one, or is there another phase? What percentage will this give us to the one-to-one goal that we have throughout the district?
Go ahead.
Member Vaughn, to the question, I would like to say that, so this will get us approximately to the 160 to 170,000 mark. We plan on, from utilizing ESSER 3 funds as they are available, we plan on getting us up and over that one-to-one mark. So that will actually take us to the point where we have approximately 220 to 230,000 devices, and that's across students and staff at that point.
And through the chair, this will get us close to around a little bit over 80% to be able to get closer to that one-to-one.
So do you anticipate bringing another item similar to this in cost and scope before us in the next few months?
Yes, ma'am, we believe that we will. And I would like to speak to part of your earlier question. So really the actual spend on this isn't necessarily $27.65 million. So this is part of the Emergency Communication Fund grant that we had approved for us with an approximate value of about $15.4 million. Our total spend would be $27.65 with the possibility of reimbursement of 15.4 of that. So we would be looking at a net cost out of capital of approximately $12.25 million.
And so what are how hopeful, I mean, you're saying possible, how likely do you think that it will be that money's reimbursed?
It's extremely likely. It is handled by the Universal Service Administration Corporation, USAC, which is the same company that handles all of our E-rate processes. Sometimes you have to jump through some hoops to get this, but in general, we receive the vast majority, if not 100% of all of the reimbursement that we apply for.
And then I have one last question. When we talked about the other purchase, I had really evaluated those laptops. Are these the same, or are now these different? Because the whole thing was we were custom making our own, and they were all web-based applications, and that was supposed to help with lag time and issues. Are these the same devices, or have we identified that we want to go in a different direction with these?
No, ma'am, these are not the same devices. So I know I mentioned this probably a few board meetings ago, so I will give an update on this. That specific device, the Evolve device, we had QA issues with throughout the product line. We've been working with the vendor to ensure that the product meets the standards from a quality perspective that we require as a district. However, at this point, we're still not completely satisfied that they are at the point where we need them to be. So we actually had to go out and put forward a substitution for devices when it came to submitting this grant. We are actually going with Lenovo devices at this point. Subsequently, we are capped on the amount of dollars that we were able to spend. The way the grant is written, you had to propose a specific product at a specific price point. For us, the Lenovo's actually came in more expensive than what the Evolves would have. We renegotiated that price downward, so we are actually getting a significant savings, and it's actual value add of approximately $800,000 in additional value for computers that we are receiving for that same $27.65 million. So it's approximately $29 million worth of computers for a net spend of $12.25 million.
Hopefully, fingers crossed. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. And I also pulled this item, and Dr. Weeks, we spoke as well. I mean, my biggest concern with this item, the RFP, was really just the details. If I'm going to approve something, when it talks about just the flexibility of computer software, hardware, supplies, when I see software, I just want to make sure that we're not purchasing additional software. I'm thinking of, computers in students' hands and teachers' hands are different. So for me, the RFP was not as clear, and that's why I wanted clarification from that. So I just want clarification with this RFP, exactly how many teacher computers are we going to have, and exactly how many student computers are we going to be purchasing, and what other materials are we going to purchase? And then lastly is for future items, I'd like to see the breakdown of that. In order to approve something so large like this, I'd like to see that. And I also want to see the follow-up from the previous purchases that we had. And I know there's issues with the computers, what that looks like and how is that being resolved before, I'm going to support this item before we see future items.
Yes, ma'am. To the chair. I would like to say that this specific RFP, since this is a piggyback, it is written so that it can be utilized actually for devices or purchasing of software or accessories outside of what the intention of this specific item is for. So just to state specifically for the board, with this purchase, we are looking at 32,217 student devices. This includes the software, as Mr. Davis had mentioned, that we load on all of our devices to ensure that we handle the content filtering that's part of the Children's Internet Protection Act. So that's a requirement. We load that on every laptop that we have within the district. We're also paying for additional services, which are the vendor to go ahead and provide the imaging and the assetting for these. So when we receive the computers at the district, we are ready to deploy them right out to the schools. We do not really have to touch them other than to ensure that we get them from our loading docks onto a truck out into the school sites. From the teacher perspective, we're looking at this will provide 14,167 teacher devices. These would be Microsoft Surfaces. This would be a full bundle. So this is a docking station, monitor. So this is a full-blown implementation for all of our teachers. So every teacher within this district will have a brand new device. So that is what that $27.65 million spend is, specifically for those 32,217 devices, 14,167 teacher devices, and the associated fees in order to get them to us ready to go out of the door.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Weeks. And just in the future, I just want those details on the RFP, so that will make it easier, so I don't have to pull the items and for future items. Thank you very much. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Weeks, can you come out from the out there? I want to see you, because I hate to speak to the abyss. Could you stand up and just so we can have a dialogue face to face? Okay, so I'm going to just ask just a few questions, and they're not difficult. So I'll let Member Snively do that. So first off, we need this. We need, the teachers want it, the staff members and our students need the technology for quality education. what I wanted to share, and listening to the principals as well, we have, and I say we, our administrators, board members, we need to know how this expenditure fits in a long-range plan. So, as Member Combs said, you know, the breakdown of this expenditure is so critical because it is a lot of money, and I don't have to tell you because we can all see that as well. So I would like to have a timeline in a way that shares, just not unlike the strategic plan, where we're expending this year, next year we should be looking at so and so. So the visual would be that we're expanding our technology, at least catching up, which I know is the goal because we're still on catch up. So that's what I would like to also say, and I know you and I talked about this. It would help the board, myself, I'll just mention this for my own self, to know that eventually we're going to get to that place where these large expenditures will not have to be made to this degree, and that we will be up and running like other districts. At least we would be competitive. So that would be my ask. And Mr. Weeks, I don't know. I know this is a grant, and soon there may be we'll have to take it out of capital funds, but the financial piece as well, and that will be asked by Member Snively, no doubt. So let's look for a timeline, and you want to share what your feedback on that?
Yes, ma'am. So for us, and I have spoken with a number of the board members about this specifically, but I will state officially for the record, we are working on an overall timeline for implementation of the technology. We're embarking on a number of initiatives looking at basically a technology strategic plan. We know that these are one-time dollars that we're using for most of these purchases. We know this is something we need to be able to sustain to avoid falling into the same trap that we really fell into for the past decade, roughly. So I am working with that, and I am also looking at examining our standards for classroom technology utilization. We're actually putting together a group. This is a cross-functional effort throughout the district. So we are going to actually be examining how we utilize technology in the classroom. What's the appropriate technology to be utilized, really to supplement the teachers and provide the best learning environment for our students. I need to provide greater transparency when it comes to the purchases that we've already made. We have been under the gun constantly, for the past almost 2 years. We've had money coming in to us relatively rapidly. We had a significant technological deficit that we needed to recover from. So while some of this happened with my predecessor, I can speak to that. At some point, I can provide a greater level of detail with where we are, and then to your point, talk about what that timeline is for us to get to the desired achievable result, which is where we see approximately one-to-one devices for students in our district. And then at that point, I can look at how do we plan on making this a sustainable effort that we can move forward with, over, have a spend that we can count on asking for annually, so that we can ensure that we do not lose the device currency that we're currently afforded because of these one-time dollars.
Okay, well, I'll look forward. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'll look forward to that timeline, and I will always ask for it when I meet with you. So thank you.
And I was going to say, I think just with the progress monitoring and all the needs for computers now, it may be a good time to look at having a workshop and looking at, where we are, where we're going, and to see that we're making the best choices for our district. But Member Washington?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Weeks, how you doing there, sir?
Fantastic, sir.
All right, good. My question is going to be, first of all, how are we going to do you have a game plan? How are we going to divide the computers up? Who's going to receive the computers first? Because we have a great digital divide.
Absolutely, you're correct. And we've talked a little bit about this, but to share this, to the rest of the board members, I do want to say that our challenge has been recovering from that technological deficit. We have a large amount still of aging devices. So devices that we consider non-viable to meet the standards of the classroom of today, unable to run the software that is required in order for us, either from a testing perspective or from a curriculum perspective. So we need to get away from having those older devices in the classroom. So to do that, and to your point, to do that, what we need to do is we need to first erase, and we're targeting any device that's older than 5 years within the district. We need to first erase all of those devices out of the district from being in circulation. So that's our ultimate plan right out of the gate, is we are examining the older devices that are out at the school sites. We need to pull those out. Then once we have that quantity, and it's a known quantity at this point, once we have that quantity replaced, we examine each and every school to determine the number of students that they have versus the number of devices that they have. So for high schools at this point, we are rapidly approaching the 1-to-1 mark. For our middle schools, that will be our next level of effort, and then we will work down to our elementary schools. We know that we have a significant challenge when it comes to providing equity in the classroom. We know that we have a large number of students that do not necessarily have devices that they require in order to be able to perform the tasks really as part of their curriculum necessities. So for that, what we need to do is, I have asked all of the principals, and this is in the superintendent's principals, the advisory council, and meeting with all the principals, I have asked them specifically if they have challenges, specific challenges within their school site, to please reach out to me directly. I have been working with individual schools, individual principals, to ensure that we can prioritize moving devices out to each of the school sites that most need them. As we get more devices in, then we can level the playing field even further. So,
okay, one more last one, because I know we really need a workshop on this, and something else. And my question is, because you may get the computers out, the laptops out to students, but if they don't have Wi-Fi, what is our thought on Wi-Fi?
So the wireless replacement has actually begun again. It's been in the works now for approximately a month. We are currently going through, so we have, and I'm going to have to get you an actual number.
Okay.
I can't tell you how many more school sites we've actually recovered in the last 3 or 4 weeks, but I do know that we have a couple sites, and I will mention, I'll call out Armwood specifically. I received an email from Principal Langston over at Armwood just today talking about the wireless. I do know that they are actually replacing the wireless over at Armwood next week. So it's already on the schedule. We are working through all of our high schools first, then we're going back and working geographically to replace those. I don't anticipate that we have much more than about 7,500 to 8,000 of those devices replaced at this point. The initial round was about 6,000 devices. Again, we've only been back in production for approximately 3 weeks. The vendor is working with us, and they have guaranteed us that we will have every one of those devices replaced before we close out of this fiscal year, so that when we start next school year, that wireless will be optimized. It will be brand new product.
Okay, thank you.
And that's free of charge.
Yes,
free of charge.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Member Snively? Thank you, Member Washington. Member Snively?
Should I stay or should I go? Really, either one, if you could answer this question, just really a general question, because
Yes, ma'am.
I do agree that some context to the cover sheet that you've provided would be helpful for, I think, maybe Member Gray or Member Combs suggested that, so that's always good. Definitely a strategic plan for technology. That should be part of our overall strategic plan. Haven't seen one of those ever, so would love to see that. Previous to Mr. Bunkley, I'd asked for
a strategic plan and never seemed to get one for technology. Possibly based on the Gibson Consulting report, it would be also helpful to see where we are compared to the recommendations that they made back in 2016, I think it was, that identified how far behind our school district really was in technology. So, but at the end of the day, one of the questions for transparency purposes stems from some student conversation I had recently at the student forum, because there's maybe a misunderstanding or perception that we're spending all this money on technology that could be spent on teachers and teacher salaries. So can you clarify the difference between these two buckets, or one of you, either one of you?
Certainly. So I can take it. So this specific spend, the dollars that we're looking at utilizing, so the ECF grant money, I was only able to, and anybody within the country was only able to write this grant for 3 specific items: student devices, teacher devices, or internet connectivity. So those are categorical dollars that could only be spent on those devices. So the $15.4 million that we were approved could never have been approved for anything outside of that. So for us, again, looking at what our total spend is, and the fact that we were able to renegotiate the pricing on the product to get better product at the same price, it's a significant value add to the district. The amount of devices that we are receiving, we are paying literally pennies on the dollar when it comes to that.
And we appreciate that. Or I speak for myself when I say I appreciate that, understanding where we come from and where we are now. And I just want to make that very clear, because that is the perception out there when we have these big number items on our agenda. Why are we spending all this money on technology when we could be paying teachers more? And this money is very specifically earmarked and tied to specific technological devices and improvements, and that cannot be spent, unfortunately, cannot be spent on teacher salaries.
Through the chair, absolutely. This is all linked to capital funding, which is linked to technology at the same time, using ESSER funding, which is categorical, identified by an assurances to the state, and cannot be used for any additional for reoccurring expense.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Dr. Weeks. And I think we're really hearing that we possibly need a workshop, or looking at this as a suspended agenda item, or just we'll kind of look at this, because this is going to be an ongoing challenge that we're facing, and obviously we're going to be spending a lot of funding for that. So we will now move on to the next agenda item. Oh no, let's please vote when your lights appear. Passes unanimously. We are now moving to 1001, which is approve the contract renewal for Excelsior Prep Charter School. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is approval of contract renewal for Excelsior Prep Charter School. They opened up in 2017. They are located in University Mall, and they serve around 232 students annually. Currently, they have been identified as an F the last grading period. We sent them a letter in January identifying that if they receive an F this school year, we will move immediately to closure. But as of right now, they're in standings related to being satisfactory, with a number of recommendations for them to improve. But we'll continue to monitor them with our staff, and if they are very clear about their current status related to moving the needle performance-wise with students.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve item C 1001. I have a motion by Member Gray, and I have a second by Member Snively. And I pulled this item, so I wanted to discuss this very quickly first. There's been a lot in the newspaper, and there's been a lot on media. I've seen a lot of things talking about our transformation schools. And one of the things I read from the article, it gave me the impression that if a child was attending an F school, that there would be an A charter school geographically by them. And I spent quite a few hours looking at that, and I don't see that exists. So, Dr. DeLange, is that correct? Is there an F school and there's an A charter school geographically near that?
There are no A charter schools in that geographic area. The closest one is the Collaboratory, and it's a C currently.
Okay, so, and here we are looking at item 1001 with Excelsior Prep Charter School, and it's an F school, and I know the answer to this, but what are the surrounding schools by them? Those are not F schools, is that correct?
You mean the district schools?
Yes.
We've got two transformation schools that are D.
The answer is no. We got two elementary schools that are D and one elementary school that is an A.
Okay, I just, because I get the impression when I read things and I see things, it looks like, hey, you're in an F school and right by you is an A charter school, and that is definitely not correct. And I read quite a few articles this weekend discussing that, and I think it's just misguided, and I want to make sure that we clarify that. The other questions, I see that there's some needs improvement, and it looks like mostly our most at-risk students, which is our ELL students and our ESE students. And are you seeing any progress with this? Because I know this has been an issue for a long time with this charter school.
Yes, ma'am. We are keeping a very close pulse on their academics because of their school grade, and we have been doing that since they received the F. They have not had an opportunity because of COVID to prove, to receive another school grade. However, we do progress monitor them and receive their data, and currently all their iReady assessments are showing learning gains. And if I may say, the year they received an F was simply because they didn't have learning gains. It was their first year being graded, and so that F was based merely on the two cells reflecting proficiency in reading and math.
But they did have 3 years where they didn't show any grades. Isn't that correct? The first 3 years they don't show grades?
No, the first year they weren't graded because they didn't have enough students in third grade. They opened as a K through 3, but only a handful of third graders. The second year was the two cells, which are reflected in the F grade, and then there was COVID year, and then they did not opt in to earn a grade last year. So this year will be the telling year, and if they receive an F, it will be an automatic closure. If they received a D, they will still be on a school improvement tract, but they will be able to continue persevering.
Well, I'm personally going to vote against this, a 5-year renewal when you see that there's an F school and surrounding schools that are not Fs. So I know that the consequences, there may be some consequences with that. Mr. Porter, I know that you'll discuss that, but I am concerned about that, and I am concerned about, I think it's important for the community to understand that there are Fs, there's an F school out there and the surrounding schools are not Fs, and that should be highlighted in the newspaper and the media, not other items that are being highlighted these days. Thank you very much, Dr. DeLange. Member Gray?
And Dr. DeLange, I'm going to make some remarks. Don't expect to be able to answer the questions because it will take me 3 minutes to read this. The following remarks are about us board members accepting any school of choice, be it charter or magnet. Schools of choice, in my mind, necessitate our board scrutiny since these educational environments are where our children experience and receive a quality education. I feel our Charter Review Committee have failed to vet many of our prior and today's charter schools, and here's why. If you look at Agenda 1001, as Member Combs just had us do, Excelsior Prep is an F school with partially met scores on their student record keeping and services for our ELL. Now, how does a charter school committee have this rationale to pass this school on to the superintendent and then to us? Is it because of just compliance to the law? Or how does an F get graded as a pass on every aspect shown on this chart, and then we are to expect that this chart has validity? An F school passes the report card given to every charter school, and this is an F, and it's pressed pass, pass, pass. So I have a problem with that. I also understand our traditional public schools have to become more educationally competitive. in light of growing amounts of school choices. But again, accepting a C or lower grades such as Excelsior Prep an F, Victor Charter a C, Bridge Prep a C, SLAM a C, yet surrounded by A and B schools, should require that our committee share in detail their rationale behind acceptance. Or again, do we just sign off because of Florida statute compliance? Why is our charter school committee not more careful in scrutinizing those new charters who have little equity built within their student population, such as low and free reduced lunches, ELL population, English language learners, gifted population, ESE population, low amounts of students of color, black and brown? Why are we not giving this committee giving us the rationale of passing such a school? I'm sorry, I'm going fast. 3 minutes are almost up. Demographic sheets. What I want to see for our board members, I want to see that we add the reading and math scores for the past 3 to 4 years, just like the Tampa Bay Times has done. Let me have a little bit more. I'm almost done. Please also share the neighboring schools' reading and math scores per last 3 or 4 years, and continue to share student demographics as you're doing. And share it in a brief paragraph of why you, the committee, passed this charter school. Again, was it just because of compliance? Here are my general comments. Number one, most charter schools have low percentages of ELL and ESE populations plus free and reduced lunches compared to the surrounding traditional charter schools. For example, Bridge Prep, I think that's the one, Excelsior, the average ELL population in our public schools is 22%, and extended by a lower amount on the actual charter school, lower percentage, and I have all the data here. And last, is it because, this is what I think, and I want the Tampa Bay Times to note this, is it because our English language learners, our ESE, and our high needs population must have qualified teachers plus resources, it costs more money? Is that the reason? Also, is it because when these migrant students are English language or newly enrolled English language learners who come, is it because they take a test, it will lower the school's grade because a lot of them do not know the language? What I want this, and I'm going to shut up in a minute, what I want the committee to do is to start executing a high amount of benchmarks that we can look at, just like the Tampa Bay Times, so we as an audience can make a very important decision. Charter schools, magnet schools, whatever school it comes about, we need to be absolutely informed. And I'm not yelling at you, Dr. Lane. I think the world of you. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Hahn?
Thank you. So my concerns are around the required reporting chart as well. And I'm a little perplexed about how an F school shows no noncompliance. Noncompliance is defined here as compliance with criteria is not evident through continuous monitoring, review, observation, or interview. Significant concerns are noted. This is a failing school, and there are no significant concerns noted by our staff who, as I assume, gone into the school, walked the halls, talked to the teachers and principals. That's not logical. How do you have a failing school and I don't see anything noted here that's of concern? And maybe you're looking at the checklist too literally. I'm not sure, but there's a disconnect for me, like Ms. Gray mentioned. I would have the same concern if we had a failing school and this checklist in our traditional public schools and this checklist was used and there was nothing of concern. It's not logical. If it's an F school, we must have some concerns. Otherwise, what are you going back and monitoring? Are you just looking at the grade, the school grade? There are things going on in the school that are contributing to that I'm sure fall on this list somewhere. So I just, I understand that we're driven by the law. I understand that, and that's, we don't, other than the school grade, at this point in the game, when it comes to us, have anything other to go on when we make our decision. But before it comes to the board, you know, there are ways to hold these schools accountable other than this checklist. So I am concerned when I look at this checklist and it's all perfect and it's an F school. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. I also have concerns not just about this school, but most of the schools that we'll be looking at tonight other than Plato, because as previously mentioned, they're either lower graded schools or on par with the grades of the schools around them. So they don't seem to be outperforming our traditional public schools. And as mentioned, when you look at the demographics, most are operating with less ESE students, less ESOL students. You know, in a few occasions, they might be right at our free and reduced lunch. But, you know, they have less of some of the challenges that we have, you know, some more support, and yet, you know, they're not performing better than our traditional public schools in the areas from the list that I see here. One thing that I want to kind of look at and point out and talk about as we go forward with these charter schools application renewals is, I'm really glad, I don't remember if it was Member Perez or whoever did ask for the referral count, but I think it's really interesting to look at, especially since earlier in the year we had a lot of discussion around the school to prison pipeline, how a majority of these schools, regardless of their demographics, their referrals are predominantly for our Black and brown students, as you know, regardless of whether there's a majority of, you know, Caucasian or white students or other, that it seems to be that the referrals are specifically aimed in a higher number at our Black and brown students. And I find that concerning as we move on and we talk about these charter schools. You know, I intend to vote no on this as well, because I am concerned about, you know, a failing school, a charter school, you know, as well in this neighborhood. So I just want to share those thoughts and also be looking at the referral count as we go forward on these charter school renewals. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Washington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Lilleen, are we on the same scale, or we have a different scale when you come to charter schools as far as evaluating a school?
As far as assessment goes?
Yes.
The state assessment is exactly the same as our district schools. And the F was earned in 2018-19. Since they have been implementing a school improvement plan each year. They did have a switch of principals in 2019, and this current principal has been working towards improvement since 2019, January 2019. So the review that is before you does have recommendation. It's not perfect, but it does have recommendation based on the reviewers to improve processes and systems already in place. And again, we are monitoring their progress monitoring data to ensure that learning gains are occurring.
So do they have the same principal there, or have they changed principals quite a few times?
No, they have had two principals since opening up their doors, and when the school received an F, the board opted to change the principal, and Ms. Mullins is the current principal, and she's been in place since January 2019.
So because that school is an F now, have you noticed any students leaving?
No, sir. Actually, their enrollment has increased greatly since they opened their doors. So I have that number here. They opened with 68 students, and they're now at 232. K-5. So school choice and the 95% of their students returned this year.
Do they have a lot of free and reduced students there?
Yes, sir. They're a completely Title I school, CEP.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Gray?
Let's, Member Snively was, I already spoke.
Member Perez, and then we'll
Yeah,
go back. Member Perez?
I already spoke. Thanks.
So this school is in a very low economic poverty-stricken area. The University Square Mall is like, it's now like almost abandoned. At this point, there's hardly nothing there. So when I look at this area, and the housing surrounding this area, could there possibly be an effect that the parents continue to send the children to the school because it's convenient for them? And by convenient, I mean that some of these parents don't want to send their children on a school bus, but they can walk the children to the school.
They can walk, but the school also has a bus.
Okay, but still the convenient factor is that this is a little bit closer in this neighborhood, and the parents are able to get the students here because it's a F school, and it's 232 because it says 233 students here. 232 students. And for the parents to continue to send their students to a school that is failing, I'm going to just maybe bet on the fact that maybe it's for them. Either they don't realize that the school is failing, or that it's, in that area more a convenience factor for them.
Well, they are very close to Idea Public Schools, Idea Victory, which is...
Idea Victory is a little bit further up the street. Yeah, it's maybe about 2 miles further up from where this school is.
Sure, and Ms. Perez, you might be right. I don't know. Might be right that it might be a convenience factor for certain parents, but they do have a bus that picks up within a 2-mile radius the students. So they're attempting to, accommodate the students that live further than just the neighborhood.
Yeah, but still. Accommodating the student, I'm looking at the neighborhood. The neighborhood is a low income, social economically poor, and it's in Suitcase City. Where the parents probably are trying to go to work, make ends meet, and get the student where they're in walking distance from their home. For the board members who know where that area is there in the university area. So that's my concern, that the parents feel like they are keeping the students there for that. And, it's not giving the school any reason to move forward from that F grade.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Snively?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm troubled with some of my school board member colleagues because I know a lot of people probably think I'm the pro-charter school board member, which I am pro-choice, and I do appreciate charter schools because they offer an opportunity that sometimes is a better fit for our students. And because at the end of the day, what I care about the most is providing an opportunity for students to succeed in the environment that they can thrive, in which they can thrive. And sometimes it's the public school. Most of the time, it's the traditional public school, but sometimes it's a charter school too. And so some of this information on a few of these charter schools is incongruent And what bothers me on at least 3 of these charter school situations, and I have to temper this because, being a business person, I always talk about being the first and best choice for our students when it comes to education, right? Because that's what I want for public education, for traditional public education. But I know that there's some things we can't control when it comes to charter schools, and sometimes we have to allow those natural things to happen. And that's unfortunate for some of our students and some of our families who may not be educated about the performance of our charter schools, because they trust that a charter school might be equal to a traditional public education. I also do know that from a business standpoint, charter schools market to our public school students, okay? They get marketing material in the mail, phone calls, emails. The charter schools are marketing to our traditional public school students and families. What are we doing to do the same thing and educate the families about what we have to offer in our traditional public education, traditional public schools that are literally minutes away with A's and B's from these C's and D's and F's, okay? You've got Excelsior Prep, an F school that's 4 minutes from Muller, an A school. You've got Victory Charter, a C school, 6 minutes from Citrus Park, which is a B school. And then you have SLAM, which is a C school, minutes to about 10 minutes away from Ben Hill Middle School, which is an A school. So what are we doing as a district? Some of this we can't control because we talk about the state legislature and we talk about what we can and can't control, but what are we doing that we can control to win these students back to traditional public education with our better performing schools minutes away? Thank you.
Superintendent Davis?
Yes, ma'am. We openly agree that we have to continue to intensify our marketing process. This is why we make certain that every one of our schools continue to leverage social media, whether it be on every social media platform, to be able to identify all of the positives that are happening within their school, all the enrichment opportunities that separates us from non-district managed schools. And at the same token, we see some of our leaders that continue to coordinate their efforts with FACE, with our Family Community Engagement Center, to go out to our home association meetings, to go out to our community meetings, go out to our community events. This weekend we went to another community event to be able to talk about telling our story, what we offer, and at the same token being able to recruit personnel as well. Openly, if we're going to be able to send anything such as charter schools, it's going to take funding to do it. We get postcards, we see radio ads, we see all information when you walk through our malls on posted. We did that campaign during the winter break to be able to bring our students back, and also during the summer. And we have no problems being able to look at that particular and be surgical about what schools that we have to offer to do that once again. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. Member Gray?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Member Snively. And walking distance, it is ironic that every one of these schools are having 3 schools, to your point, Member Perez. They are, I don't want to say community schools, but basically the kids can walk to the schools. Piso, Miles, Shaw, they're all kind of right nearby each other. But that begs the question, but to Snively's point, real quick, we are reminded that the IDEA schools spent $150-something thousand in a matter of 2 months, where our yearly budget is for Tanya Arja, your communications director. She can only have, $56,000 in terms of marketing. So maybe the board members have to think about how are we ready to give more monies towards marketing just to exceed, or at least stay stable for FTE, but maybe to even exceed, so the charter schools are not getting all of our children. One thing we should brag about, when we compare schools, and I think we need to be in the business of comparing and writing it down on a piece of paper so the board members can see, Piso Elementary, Miles Elementary, Shore Elementary had 33% of the English language learners for subgroup performance. In that group, they made a gain of 35% Piso, Miles 36%, and these are learning gains. Shore Elementary 34%. And the acquisition, the language acquisition progress of each of those schools, why aren't we bragging? Piso had a 46.8% growth. Miles Elementary, 66.1% growth. Shore Elementary, 36.2%. Why are we not marketing the great things that these schools, these principals, these teachers are doing in these schools? And again, I go back to this Tampa Bay Times. Why are they disenfranchising our great public schools when they do not have the actual data that I'm staring at right in front of me? And that is a really big shame. And shame on them. And I just have to say, I'm so sorry, principals, that you had to read some of that derogatory remarks with all the progress that really is being made intentionally. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member Gray. And just closing, I mean, I really can't, for everybody, board member who spoke about this, we're here because we care about children. We want parents to have choices, but we also want to make sure that parents have the information in front of them. And when you're seeing newspapers and media that are only giving one side of the story, that's very unfair. It's very unfair to good schools. Like I see some of our some charters that are going to be today that are going to be approved that are great schools. So it's unfair for charters that are doing a good job, and it's unfair for public schools that are doing a good job. So I think it's really important to remember that grades are subjective. You can make straight A's and feel like your child's doing great, but then when they take a test, they might be at the bottom quartile. So it's really important to remember that the grades are subjective. Also busing, also just there's a lot of things that charter schools don't have, such as nurses, libraries. There's a lot of things that, and instead we focus on the things that they have instead of the things that we really have and how well our principals have done. And as we go through this, we have to look at the big picture. What's the big picture? The big picture is a state legislator coming in with these schools of hope that are non-certified teachers. And maybe those teachers, those schools are now filled with certified teachers, but they don't have to be 2 or 3 years. Why are so many people getting involved? Why? Because of money. That's why. That's why. Because people are seeing that there's money to be made in public education, and that is a concern. And that is something I'm glad that this board is finally talking about. I'm glad we're trying to make sure that if a school is great for a child, we have to think about every child and inform the parents. And I know, Mr. Porter, you're going to talk now about what the law is, but sometimes maybe we have to say no to things, because maybe eventually the newspaper and the media will start giving the true story of what's occurring in our schools.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. I want to remind the board that charter schools are created by Florida statute. You have the ability to not renew. That's clearly embedded in the statute. So that's why it's in front of you tonight for a vote. But you need to tie your decision to the statute. You may not base your decision on things that are not in the statute. By that I mean, if you feel that one of the criteria that I'm about to read to you has been met for non-renewal, you can make a motion to not renew it based on that. What you need to be careful about is basing your decision, if you choose not to renew, on something that's not a permissible reason. Basing your decision on a newspaper article is not a permissible reason to not renew. Comparing schools, well, but that's on the record. So this is a record that we have to defend. And your decision is based on your words and your motions. So again, I'm going to read to you what this is, what the criteria are, and if you choose to renew or not renew, it needs to be based on one of these, and the motion needs to include that, so that if we get challenged, we can better defend the decision because it's tied to the statute. And I want to be clear, your hands are not tied. You have the ability to make a decision, but it needs to be done within the parameters of the law. So I'm going to read to you from the statute, and I apologize for reading, but I think it's important that everybody understand where we are. So this is cause for non-renewal or termination of charter. The sponsor, that's you all, the school board, shall make student academic achievement for all students the most important factor when determining whether to renew or terminate the contract. The sponsor may also choose not to renew, to terminate the charter if the sponsor finds that one of the grounds set forth below exists by clear and convincing evidence. Number one, failure to participate in the state's education accountability system, or failure to meet the requirements of student performance stated in the charter. That's number one. Number two, failure to meet generally accepted standards of fiscal management. Number three, material violation of law. Or number four, for other good cause shown. So you've heard the recommendation from the superintendent and his staff that, in their opinion, they're recommending renewal of the charter. If you choose not to do it, I'm asking you to then articulate your reasons and tie it to one of the four criteria that I mentioned. That's sort of your role today. And I'm happy to help you through that. If you need more time to do that, take your time, but it needs to be done in a way that meets the letter of the law as found in Florida statutes.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. So now we will go to vote. Is that correct?
The motion on the floor is to approve. So that you need to vote on that. If that fails, then you need an affirmative motion to deny based on one of these criteria. So not to confuse everyone, if you vote yes, and there's a motion on the floor, correct? Yes. Thank you. If you vote yes, that means you approve the renewal of the charter. If you vote no, you're going to have to make another motion.
Okay. Members, please vote when your lights appear. Okay, and it passes 4 yeses. That's Mr. Washington, Member Perez, Member Snively, and Member Hahn. The 3 who denied it are Member Vaughn, Member Gray, and myself, Member Combs. So it passes. Okay, so now we will go on to the next, which is 1002, to approve the contract renewal for Victory Charter School, Tampa. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, Mr. the Chair. This is approval for the contract renewal for Victory Charter. They're a K-8. They opened up in 2017. They currently, accountability grades are a double C the last 2 years. They serve around 301 students at their particular school. They came out with a overall rating of satisfactory with 2 particular areas for recommendations for improvement. One of those areas is to make sure they continue to update and submit all of their documents on a timely manner to Charters Link, and at the same time make certain that they continue to renew 504 plans based on their annual timeline related to their IEP process. But my current recommendation is for a 5-year renewal.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion, a second, to approve item C 1002. I have a motion by somebody. Okay, Member Snively, and I have a second by Member Gray. Any discussion? Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Dr. DeLange, if you'll entertain some of the answers here. My question is, and I know it used to be avant-garde, but how did the National Academic Educational Partners, how were they vetted by our own charter school committee?
It doesn't go to a committee. The governing board of then Avant-Garde dismissed the previous management company and came to us with their proposal for hiring the current management company, NAEP. And because they've got a good track record in transformation, we agreed that it was a better management company than the previous one. In fact, they have been extremely engaged in that school, and we have seen tremendous transformation in that school since changing their name to Victory and changing their management company. The board chair of that of Victory Charter School is a very involved board member, and he frequently keeps us in contact to give us his thoughts and his desires to see the goals that he has for that school. And there are many goals. The school, both the governing chair and the management company have very high goals for even in enhancing the existing school. So right now the school is an IB school candidate, and will, if everything goes the way they want it to go, there will be an IB school in October, I believe.
Thank you. And one other question I have. If we're seeing a fund balance that has been in the negative for the last 2 years, which was last 3 years on the audit, and this was in a row, and then there's on page 3 under finance under the report card, there's no evidence that this is a partially met. In other words, everything is checked off satisfactory in terms of finance, yet they had a negative fund balance for the last 3 years. And this is not even including, again, the surrounding schools. There's a Citrus Park is a B, Hammond a B, Ben Hill A, Smith is a B, and we are asked to accept a financially unstable charter school. So I don't know whether you can answer that, because I had privy to the audit, and I used to, well, in my spare time, look at all the finances. But anyway,
so
go ahead.
Yes, and that's one of the reasons why the governing chair and board of that school rid themselves of the previous management company because of the financials and the action plan that they were on. And since they have been improving, and I believe they're not in a financial. I'm not sure what you're looking at.
Well, yeah. The fund balance, there's an audit that's about 3 pages long.
Yes.
And it shows how much, there's line items, how much money is spent, just like nothing.
No, I'm aware of what it is.
Yeah, so if you look at that carefully, and you'll start seeing the numbers will tell a story, and a negative fund balance is not a good indication of financial wellness. The point is, Dr. DeLange and the committee, I believe we should ask more from these boards. We should expect more. We should ask more questions. And it certainly should include the finances. So I'm just sharing that with you. And I don't think you're prepared with it. I don't mean to catch you unguarded on that.
No, we're very aware of the negative fund balance that existed, but I'm trying to explain that since the takeover of the new management company, that fund balance is now in the positive. So you're probably looking at last year's audit. This year's audit comes out, I believe, in July. But I can get to what we look at financials every month to make sure that we've got a really good pulse on on all the charter schools' finances. So I can get you exactly their finances and what they look like right now.
And perhaps there's another way of sharing that on a document, their finances, just as Ms. Johnson shares our finances, because again, school by school, it's very important. We are financial deliberating, a financial deliberating board as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. I just have a couple comments. I do have hope with this new management company, because we did go out there, because that's a charter school that I drive by every day. So my biggest concern with that was, I knew that they were not doing a great job, and then they closed this charter school and they reopened under new management. So I am always concerned about all those students who went through that school for many years that didn't get a great education. And I knew one of those students in particular who had straight A's and then came through my tutoring center and they were working 2 or 3 grade levels below level. And honestly, that was one of my motivations to run for the school board. So my question is, I know that they've changed, but in the last 5 years, how many principals have they had?
They have had, 1, 2, 3. They are on their 3rd. And again, this current principal now was hired by the current management company, and she has been the principal she's in her 2nd year at that school. I just want to mention that the school never closed.
They didn't close, but they renamed themselves.
They rebranded.
They rebranded. And how do we make sure that parents understand that when someone's rebranding, it's really a way to not show, you don't have to show your grades, right? Because the year they were supposed to show their test scores, was that the year that they rebranded themselves 3 years ago, correct? Or 2 years ago?
2 years ago. This
2
is
years
their
ago.
2nd year with the current management company, but the school grade remains the same. So the reflected school grades are from the past, because the governing board is the body that actually operates the school. So the governing board has not changed, and they are the ones that selected.
They hired a new management company
for their services. Yes.
Okay. I mean, I think that can be challenging for parents if they don't know that. I mean, and they don't know that maybe they're in a school that maybe is not doing a great job, or they're concerned, whatever the case is, it's management, financial, or not meeting the ESC needs or ELL needs, whatever that case may be. I think it's something that we really need to look at and make sure that when there's rebranding going on, that we make sure that we let parents know of that. So that way the parents, I think at the end of the day, we want parent choice, but we want parents to have the knowledge to make the best choices for their children.
Sure. And this management company, I have witnessed it. They're in the school on a daily basis, supporting the teachers and the principal, making sure that there is a transformation both academically and operationally and financially. And so they are very visible on a daily basis. They do operate another school in Osceola, which was avant-garde as well. So it's a small management company, but they're very involved, and I know that the parents are aware of them because they're visible. So we have high hopes.
Thank you, Dr. DeLange. Please vote when your lights appear. Okay, and it passes with 6 votes, with just a member Vaughn voting no. Okay. Next is 1003. Approve the contract renewal for Plato Academy, Tampa Charter School. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am, to the chair. The recommendation here is for Plato Academy Tampa Charter School who opened up in 2017 to transition to a 15-year contract. They qualify by statutory requirements as a high-performing designation school. Currently, they are K-8. They serve around 350 students. They are AA, and they have met satisfactory requirements within our school district. The only recommendation we have is for them to continue to make certain they update all of their compliance documentation in the timeline identified.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion, a second to approve item C-1003. I have a motion by Member Snively, and I have a second by Member Perez. Any discussion? Okay, is there any discussion? Okay, Member Vaughn, did you have a discussion on this item?
Yes, thank you. It's saying here that in the last year they had no referrals. Is that true? They're the only one on this list that says they've had no referrals. I'm assuming we verify that, right?
I see the principal and family who've been very patient, been here for quite a few hours. I see him nodding. Yes, there has not been any referrals. Yes. Oh, staff okay, staff, Dr. DeLange.
Yes. So by contract, they must submit discipline referrals into our Ed Connect if it's a CESAR incident. So they have not had any CESAR incidents, and all discipline are taken care of within the house and with the collaboration of the parents.
Thank you, Dr.
Well,
DeLange. I'm sorry.
You. I'd love to know, when we talk about partnering with charter schools, what that looks like and how they're able to accomplish that, because that's awesome. I would love to see their numbers of ESE students and students with disabilities be a little higher. It's quite low in comparison to our traditional public schools. But other than that, this application looks good. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Gray?
And I want to thank, I think the Plato board members are in the back. Is that correct? Or, yeah.
Principal.
Oh, principal and parents. Well, thank you for enduring this. I just have maybe a challenge too. So if we're 32% free and reduced lunch in the Plato versus the 80% or higher in the Hill, Citrus Park, Esrig, and surrounding schools, inclusive of Paul Smith, I would like to see more of our high-need students to be able to attend that school, so that percentage is up. I also would like, and you can't comment, but Dr. DeLange can, in year 2018 and 19, again, a negative fund balance, and I'm hopeful that that will be improved. So do you want to remark on that?
Absolutely, and you're correct. And even this school has undergone quite a big change. It used to be managed by Superior Schools, and it no longer is. And again, they're in the second year without a management company, and they've been digging themselves out of the whole financial hole, and they are in the black right now. But that is why they were on an action plan, simply because there were issues with the management company. And again, this is a school, or schools, because they've got many in Pinellas as well, a governing board that is very, very involved and engaged, and they look at their finances very closely, and they are the ones that decided to rid themselves of Superior Schools. I believe the founder of Superior School, the management company, unfortunately passed, and it all kind of fell apart from there. So the governing board made a really good decision to let go and become just an independent governing board with schools in Pinellas and Hillsborough County.
Thank you. And we look forward also to seeing much healthier financials as well as this goes along. Following that, I just want to wish the principal and the parents and the students, of course, luck. We're all very interested in making sure our children are in an environment that's successful and stable. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. And I only had one question regarding this. A 15-year renewal contract, that just seems like such a long period of time. Why is it not 5 years or something, 5 years?
Great question, Chair Combs. There is a statute, there's another charter statute called the 1002.331, and that is pertinent to high-performing charter schools. And the statute says that if the school receives two school grades of an A and no school grade below B during each of the previous 3 school years, or received at least 2 consecutive school grades of A, which is this case, they are entitled to a 15-year above a 15-year renewal contract on top of other additional benefits.
Madam Chair and board members, it's important to note that the statute also provides for an annual review and the ability to terminate if the charter does not maintain what it needs to maintain or other factors are met in the statute. So if that ever happens, you're able to terminate the contract if it's appropriate.
Thank you both for the clarification. Okay, Bard, there's no other discussion. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Next is 1004, approval contract renewal for Sports Leadership and Management Academy of Innovation. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is a contract renewal for the Sports Leadership and Management Academy of SLAM, which is located in the Citrus Park area. They are currently serve around 351 students. They are identified as a double C related to the accountability system. Overall, they have been, through our internal measures, have been deemed satisfactory, with 2 areas making certain that they enter students' grades in a timely manner, and at the same token continue to be in compliance with any submitted documentation that is on time. The recommendation here for this school, which is 612, is for a 5-year renewal.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C 1004. I have a motion by member Snively, and I have a second by member Washington. Any discussion? Okay, member Snively.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is really more of a housekeeping thing, not specifically for SLAM, but when we're looking at the information on the cover page with regard to referral counts, if you could add the percentage of that demographic that you list. For example, on this particular report, if you go down to line 3, it says there were 50 referrals for Hispanic students in the 21-22 referral count as of 2/14, and that would look like a lot of referrals for Hispanic students, except that 73% of their population is Hispanic. So I think to give some context to that, it might help for that to be added to maybe a second column in that referrals table so that there's context around that.
We could do that, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, member Snively. Member Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And also, since we're looking at a school that has decreasing enrollment each year, and that's worrisome, but also, again, a very small fund balance during its last year, certainly a school that we need to be paying attention to. But the other item is equity. Again, we're looking at SLAM. When it first opened, it was very successful. But now when we get into the data and the details, when we talk about the English language learners, they're at a very low 19%, or I should say, 19 kids, 6%. And that is in a group nearby nearby public schools with an average of 36%. So my question is, I guess this is just selection. How are these Hispanic students, how are they being selected or neglected with such a low amount of English language learners?
Well, the school follows our ESOL programmatic by contract. So when they when students register, and they follow exactly the same procedures as ours do, and if they're identified as ESOL students, they follow the same exact testing and serving the students with their needs. So is your question, despite the...
It's a pretty open-ended question, Dr. DeLange. It's just to explain, when you start grading a school such as our traditional, you look at how they are representing the demographics in the area. So if we look at the surrounding schools with a higher percentile of the English language learners, and then you look at this particular school with only 19 kids, it begs the question, how are you guys, and I say you guys, that's a New York expression, how is this committee, the charter committee, looking at making sure our Hispanic children are successful and, more importantly, being represented? So that's,
And
a
again,
question for a later date,
yes.
maybe.
No. Again, our reviewer from the ESOL department goes in there, and actually our DRT goes in there on a daily basis, not around schools, and makes sure that the schools are following our programmatic, and that ESOL students are identified correctly and provided services correctly. So I hear you that they've got 73% Hispanic students, and only 5.5% of those Hispanic students are identified ESOL. That's your concern?
Yeah. And again, we can do better with sharing the more detailed information so us board members can definitively vote correctly. And this is regarding any charter school that comes in front of us. Dr. DeLange, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Member Gray. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes 6 with Member Vaughn voting no, 6-1. Next is 10:05, approve the contract renewal for Bridge Prep Academy of Riverview. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am, to the chair. This is Bridge Prep Academy of Riverview. They opened up in 2017. They serve around 1,100 students in this particular school. This is a K through 8th grade. They have been identified as a double C through the accountability system with the Department of Education. On top of that, internally through our own review, they have been deemed satisfactory. But at the same token, there's a number of elements they need to be improved upon. One is being able to comply with all the documentation, being able to submit it in a timely manner. Also being able to make certain they follow policy from their particular board of all the inventory and asset controls. Number 3, being able to plan correctly to capture FTE and to be able to display and show the validation of the students in the instructional hours. And also 4, being able to establish systems for updating staff when they have out-of-county students that may be deemed or identified with a 504 or an IEP to be able to serve them properly. The recommendation and request is a 5-year extension due to the current status of their current grade and accountability and their satisfactory related to internal. The recommendation is a 5-year extension.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C 1005. I have a motion by Member Washington, and I have a second by Member Hahn. Any discussion? Member Gray?
Last but not least, a question on their enrollment. It's been very successful from 1,100 up to more than 1,300. And my only question is there a square footage per pupil standard for charter schools? In other words, what's the safety standard? Is it going to be overcrowded? Is it, plenty of space?
It's the capacity of the actual facility. So we can't cap them unless, they go beyond the allowable capacity of the facility.
Which is directly linked to their fish report.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just something to keep in mind. Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Gray. Please vote when your lights appear. Member Vaughn had a comment or question?
Sorry about that. Thank you. To speak to Member Snively's points about the demographics when it came to referrals, for this one, the percentage of black students are 36.1, and they had for black students 36 referrals, which is 100% at this point, and 74 students and 7 referrals, or 74 white population. Oh no, I'm sorry. Okay, 7.6 white and 7. So what is the percentage for? Is this percentage mirroring their population, or when it comes to referrals, or am I reading that wrong?
I'm not sure. Member Vaughn,
I did the demographics separate from the retrieval of the referral numbers from EdConnect. So I didn't compare them. So
okay,
I can
I would
certainly
just
do
like
that.
to echo Member Snively's request that the percentage would be helpful going forward. So I appreciate you adding that. And that's the only comments I'll make, so we can get through this. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Please vote when your lights appear. Okay, and it passes 6-1 with Member Vaughn voting no. Okay, we will now go to the final information items. 1201, the Financial Advisory Committee update, and I want to say thank you so much for being so patient, and I think in the future we may consider moving this agenda item up. Thank you very much. A volunteer position at 6 hours later.
Interesting nonetheless. Good evening, Superintendent Davis, members of the board. As you know, Rick Warner, chair of your Financial Advisory Committee. Ellen Lyons, our vice chair, is not here this evening. You have the document that I'm going to read partially from. I'll make it fairly short. At our February 2nd meeting, Superintendent Davis addressed the committee and asked for its support in the upcoming effort to place a property tax referendum for school operating expenses on the November 22 ballot. A 1 mil referendum is estimated to increase recurring revenue by approximately $120 million per year. And underline that word recurring. Members of the committee have asked that the case for such a referendum be presented at our March 2nd meeting, and I believe that is going to take place. Moving on to a different subject, between our January and February meetings, the committee members ranked 16 priorities which had been identified during previous meetings. The 5 priorities receiving the highest rankings were consolidated into 3 that the committee will initially focus on in the attempt to arrive at recommendations to bring recurring expenses into line with recurring revenue. Those 3 areas are staffing, teacher, non-teacher, and administrative staffing as the first item that got the most votes in a vote that was very similar to your ranked choice voting that you used to set your legislative agenda. The second item was revenues, identifying potential new sources of revenue. And the third item was looking at the Gibson report for cost savings recommendations that may not have been captured. The tabulation of the committee voting on all 16 of the areas is included in your package. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have at this late hour on that, or at some point in the future if you want to contact me. The committee made a motion to form subcommittees around those 3 areas. Members volunteered to serve on the subcommittees, and the subcommittees were formed and are beginning their research. As you all know, this will not be an easy job. The low-hanging fruit has already been picked, and an inadequately funded budget will be an exceedingly difficult place to find cost savings. And with that, I will ask if you have any questions or feedback for the committee.
Does anybody have any questions? No, but we do want to thank you and the committee for all your work and your commitment and the countless hours. I know that you've even met me outside of meetings, and you've just spent countless hours with board members. And I want to thank you and your team for continuing to do that and providing feedback and allowing us to get another perspective on what's happening with our finances. So thank you very much. Is there anybody who has any questions or comments? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, and have a great evening. And thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Superintendent Davis? Okay. It is now time for your comments.
Yes, Mr. the Chair. I wish every board member was here to witness this, but I'm going to bypass my. Oh, here they come. They got coffee. That's right. I'm going to bypass my.
Davis, remember you have 3 minutes with 30 seconds.
I am bypassing my PowerPoint this evening. As a gift, and just to let the board know that we're continuing to watch the legislative update related to our budgets. Both the Senate and the House has been published. We know in the next 12 days, while session's in place, we will come to a finalized budget. We'll continue to keep the board updated. And at the same token, tonight I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the Executive Steering Committee for the half-cent steering committee, because tonight we approved around $50 million of expenditures to be able to push out for our schools. So really thankful to that committee that continues to lead with transparency and trust with our community. And at the same token, we'll continue to look at all the other elements identified for the board this evening. And I want to thank everyone for their continued support of Hillsborough County and their continued hard work. Go. I got rollover minutes.
Thank you. Yes, we'll give you some extra minutes next time. Thank you, Superintendent Davis. Member Washington.
So that was pretty quick. We need it every Tuesday night when we come to meet. Okay, I have a couple of here. I'm going to talk about the celebration of Black History Month. We're going to decorate, honor African American legacies in our country have been planned by our district. One of these activities coordinated by the FACE team includes a door decorating contest for the district office, Rosyth, Velasco, and ISC. Now that would be judged by the 5 members of the African American Task Force on Thursday, February the 24th. We are thrilled to announce that we have a total of 50 doors to be decorated. 32. We got 7 at the Rosyth, 11 at the 11 at the Velasco, and ISC has 32. Doors will be judged on creative, use activities, information, neatness, organization, color, use, and interpretation of Black History Month. Winners will be announced on Friday the 25th. So please, if you want to decorate some doors, let's go. We should have a great time. Now I'm going to be quick. I'm going to do a little bit of Black history on the school board. I think this is the first school board member we had was Reverend Dr. Leon Laurie. He served from 1976 to 1992, 16 years as a school board member. The second school board member we had was Doris Ross Reddick. She served 12 years from 1992 to 2004. The third school board member we had was Mrs. Doretha Edgecombe, and she served from 2004 to 2016, 12 years. The fourth one was Mrs. Tamara Schamberger. She served from 2016 until 2020. And the last is the rookie, me, from 2020. So that's the history of our school board. And thank you also. Also, I want to thank Dr. Hahn. When we are doing something in the community, we all work together. And I want to thank Dr. Hahn in her book because she'll be coming back to East Tampa again. And we look forward. I thank you for helping us bringing them back to East Tampa. It was a great event out there. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Perez?
Thank you. I want to first mention this to our superintendent that I did a radio show last Wednesday, and it was with iHeartRadio, and for some reason, right after I finished the radio show, the station manager said that the lights on the phones were blowing up, and emails coming in, parents calling, requesting for another mental health discussion, possibly for next month. They were saying that they are not receiving the information that they need and that their students require on how to access mental health resources. I think you and I had this conversation, and that they feel like their students are falling through the cracks, and they need these mental health resources in order for them to keep focused. So I'm going to be having another discussion. I did have a State of Education and Mental Health Town Hall, which I had a lot of people engaged, in that conversation. But I would like to see what we can do to get, the message out again for our students and their parents regarding the resources here in Hillsborough County for our students. Also, I was able to join our Hillsborough County's, our very own Chet Chronister Sheriff at the State County Fair with our students. We did the community action team Friday to the 18th. Let me tell you, that night there was 460,000 people at the fair. And I think there was 460,000 students that we didn't know about at the fair from Hillsborough County. There was so many students. But, the sheriff, Tampa police, and some of our very own from the school district were there, doing the ride along with the sheriff. It was amazing. And also yesterday I attended the Champion of Champions banquet, and one of our students, Alicia Jenkins, her and her alpaca won. Her alpaca is Chai, won first place as grand champion in showmanship in the senior division, and she attends Sickles. And also, she is involved with the Jack and Jill. It's a nonprofit that exposes Black youth to cultural, social, and philanthropic and civic activities to become leaders in their communities. She's really awesome, and they just celebrated our students yesterday. But that's what I've done in the community, and just really, yesterday was the last day of the Florida State Fair, and it was packed yesterday too. But I had a great time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And talking about Black History Month, I just wanted to share that we had an African American read-in. The FACE team coordinated it with the mayor. Just yesterday, the mayor read to the poem I Dream a World by Langston Hughes to our high school students. The poem Human Family by Maya Angelou to our middle school students. And in conjunction with the Black History Month theme, health and wellness, and our Healthy Schools initiative, she read the book written by two local authors, Ivor B. Carter and Sheila A. Pageant, called It's Time to Start Eating Smart. So the mayor was very involved with our Black History Month, and we want to thank FACE and Dr. Felita and her staff and everyone who put this together. Also, thank you, Shake Washington, who took place on the Hillsborough County Public School Gasparilla Training Clinic, which I tried to be the boss of, and he ran. Shake Washington actually ran a 400 in 3 minutes and 52. He did. That was after warming up with walking, but he did a great job. Also want to say great job, Kingsha Parham, for the HAPC Black History Brain Bowl. We're going to have the big happening on February 26th, but already we have preliminary elementary school winners, and I think probably going to play a little tape. The elementary, first place was Limoma Elementary School, second was Bryan Bulldogs, and third was Brooker. And now we're going to see a little bit of the action that was going on with the Brain Bowl. And thank you again, Kingsha, for everything that you've done in HAPC. So here we go. So, a big thank you also to Terry Connor, our superintendent, who was backing this whole entire, let's just say, competitive event. And we're not done yet. We have a big one on February 26th at Blake High School all day. A lot of suspense and a lot of knowledge from our students. Also, jumping over to Clara Reynolds, I used to train her in running, and she's in charge of the Crisis Center. So we definitely, and thank you, Jim Porter. I believe you bought us a table. So she says this: no matter how much we see their need, and we're talking about the mental health needs of our students, we may not know necessarily how to help them. So the mental supports that the Crisis Centers gives is so critical, and they have expanded their services. Now they have, even on the Skyway, they have a single point phone on there, access to 11, and they have human trafficking support systems, and they have a 24/7 sexual assault support team located now in Ruskin. So to put it mildly, Clara's been quite busy, and so has her wonderful staff at the Crisis Center. Thank you for your work. And also a big shout out to all the social workers, school counselors, and our sheriff offices, and many of our business partners for allowing the Crisis Center to be supported and expanded. I think my time is up, and I better not finish. Okay.
Thank you, and you did have 20 seconds, but now it's gone. Member Hahn.
I got 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Okay, I love Clara Reynolds at the Crisis Center. I've known her for over 20 years, and she's always done wonderful work in this community. So thank you, Clara. Pablo, I don't know if you have the flyer for the Literacy Fair, but as Member Washington said, the next fair is March 5th. Sly Middle School. We have, again, amazing partners around this initiative that will be there providing not just free books, but also a lot of great swag from our sports teams and different organizations. I'm going to be giving out my home libraries again. Last year we had, I think we gave out 800 home libraries, if not more, in just 2.5 hours. So there's a link there to register. It just gives us, if you want to come, it just gives us a sense of how many to expect, so we have enough product. And parents must be accompanied by a child. And thank you, Mr. Washington, for your donation to the fair. I appreciate it. Very generous of you. Mayan, happy anniversary to Mayan. I have a video, but I'm not going to show it. It's late. I'll show it next time. But the great thing about Mayan, it's been around 10 years. which is a very long time, and it's here because of the generosity and partnerships of different organizations in our community that actually help pay for this. And every child from birth to school age who lives in our community, every child has free access to it. And just to give you a quick sense of the impact they've had over 10 years, there have been over 71 million books accessed and over 336 million minutes spent reading on Mayan. And 39% of the books that children access on Mayan are accessed outside of the school day, which is really cool. And I know a lot of our teachers use it, and it just really provides, just access. The books come in English and Spanish. If you're a non-reader, the books will be read to you. And it's really interesting to hear from some parents who actually, after their children kind of go to bed at night, they access the books and they have the books read to them, and it's helping them improve on their literacy skills for a lot of our parents who are non-readers or struggling readers. And it was always kind of interesting because when you look at the data, some of the log-on times are like, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. We're like, what's going on? And in fact, it's our parents utilizing it to help them improve their literacy skills. But anyway, they've been a wonderful partner in our community. So happy 10-year anniversary to Mayan. I'll show the video next time. And one last comment on the it would be great if you could provide a report, given some of the things that are happened in the district, on the training of staff across the district on special ed children. And I know that there was some training implemented before I became a board member, and I just think it's important for us to take a look at how staff are trained. I know, if you're not trained as a special ed teacher, right? What kind of training are our staff and teachers, both inside the schoolhouse and outside the schoolhouse, getting? And that will kind of give us a starting point to see where maybe we need to update or improve on some of that training. That's really it. Thank you for the time. And
okay, Member Hahn and Member Snively.
All right, we're getting a little squirrely here. It's getting late, right? Too much coffee. Okay, first, the heavy lift. Okay, so over the last several months, we've heard a lot of people come to public comment and talk about vetting instructional materials for media centers. And so I think that Dr. Hahn alluded to this earlier in the meeting, but I would love to have a workshop to talk about any policy and procedures, policy on us, procedures around you, to clarify and maybe get to a place where we can all be happy with the way things are happening in the school district. I think that a lot of us are taken aback by some of the, I will call it, offensive material that's been written. I understand it's literature, and I understand that media specialists are put into probably a precarious situation when they're having to choose some of that material. There's got to be a compromise somewhere, though, and I think the argument that I have is because one of the media specialists said, that there's a lot of influences that are such as cell phones and media and other things. But my argument would be my taxpayer dollars pay for the books that go into the media center. They do not pay for a child's cell phone or whatever apps they have on their phone. As a parent, that's the responsibility of a parent to be monitoring that and caring for their child and making sure that their child is using that appropriately. But my tax dollars are the ones that are paying for those books that go into the library, and I think we should have a conversation around what those books are, where can we get to a compromise to where we're not banning books, but we're also vetting the process that puts those books on the shelves and making sure that we're communicating it transparently to parents if they want to have a say in that process. Okay, so there's got to be a way to get there that we can all agree on. So I'm hoping that we can maybe do that in a workshop setting so that we can have an honest, open discussion about what we think should happen around that. Okay, so that's the heavy stuff. Okay, more fun stuff. Okay, so a little more heavy. Add technology. Could we possibly add a technology strategic plan or timeline to the suspended agenda for our school board? We have right now on the suspended agenda transformation school network update, literacy update, general fund balance, growth management, and COVID updates. And so I would love to see I think that's going to be something that comes up frequently, and that was actually a suggestion I think Ms. Gray made a little earlier today. So, okay, so we don't have to vote on that, Mr. Porter, do we? Do we have to vote on adding that? No, okay. Okay, good. A couple of fun things. Student forum. Wow. Okay, so we had a student forum on the 15th of February, and man, those kids they bring their stuff to the table. They are smart. They are really gave us great feedback. I wasn't able to participate in the middle school forum, but I was able to participate in the high school forum, and that was fantastic. And so I want to thank all the students and all the administrators that came out to support the student forum, because it was fantastic. And then today in Waimama, it was great. We had a news conference or press conference about the Waimama's economic development plan for their community, hosted by Liz Gutierrez, founder and CEO of Enterprising Latinas. And so the superintendent was there and discussed the schools that are going up. We heard stories of inspiration and success from Waimama residents. And just want to thank all the organizations and community partners who work hard and collaborate to develop this plan that makes Waimama not just a destination, but the epicenter of economic development for our community in Hillsborough County. And then before I show video, and I'm sorry, I'm going to go just a little bit over. Happy birthday, Lynn Gray. Hope you had a nice birthday. We won't tell anybody how old you are, but it rhymes with heavenly. So the last thing is for Future Career Academy. Thanks to the Workforce Development Partners, Yvonne Fry, and all her partnership with the community and putting the Future Career Academy together. Ms. Combs and I had a chance to chaperone at their field trip, which included Armwood, King. These are all high schools right now that were participating. Armwood, King, Middleton, Durant, Strawberry Crest, Plant City, Simmons Career Center, Newsom High School, Leonard, and East Bay. They got to go out and visit hands-on visit establishments in the community, a lot of companies that are out there, and a lot of opportunities for our kids so that they don't have to leave the Tampa Bay area. There are plenty of jobs out there for them, and we just have to prepare them. And so I apologize. I can get back in the queue if you want me to, but I was going to show a quick video for the Future Career Fair that Pablo has hopefully queued up on the video screen.
Ready to go.
Hello, Plant City. I'm Bill McDaniel, your city manager. Today, we're at the Glover School, a true part of Plant City's history. This historic landmark has provided education and inspiration to the surrounding community since 1933.
Sorry, I think I sent the wrong link. We'll play it in next board meeting. I'll get the right link to Pablo to highlight our Future Career Academy field trip. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Member Snively. I'm going to just try to take a couple minutes, and I'm going to go heavy, light, then heavy. Okay, so my heavy is to the response to the books. Obviously, that's a big hot topic. I would disagree that this is taxpayer money when we're paying for the Wi-Fi, as well as destruction with TikToks and fighting and having our school resource officers. So I would beg to disagree that you can get any book that you'd like on PDF here available. Also, if you put in your student number, you can go onto library and you can have access to any of those books. So I would beg to disagree with that as far as the taxpayer money. I think we're probably losing much more taxpayer money when it comes to that. On the lighter side, I want to thank, Gaither High School for hosting the Fall Stampede with Special Olympics. It was just a really amazing experience to seeing all of our students, and we had many board members who came, as well as just a great experience with the Future Career Academy with Yvonne Fry. That was so powerful, as well as student forums. The one thing I heard over and over is that students just want more individuals, more teachers to be representing and making sure that they're voices are being heard. And lastly, Superintendent Davis, we talked about this briefly today. I can see the writing on the wall that our students are going to be tested more than ever before. And, I hope that the voters will go out and talk about that and really focus on the amount of testing that's happening. So I would like to be proactive. I feel like now more than ever, mental health is such a huge issue. Our guidance counselors and our librarians have become our test takers. That's what they do. We are spending countless hours, people who should be out there trying to make sure that we're pushing literacy and reading in the libraries, and then guidance counselors who who are trying to find careers for children, trying to protect them, trying to schedule them, and then also to hear them. I really would like to see a proactive, maybe using some type of support staff as we go on to our schools to provide that support, because we want to make sure that our guidance counselors have time to actually work in the position that they were hired to be in, and which is to serve our students and to help them guide our students and not proctoring tests. So I would really like to see that. I know that's kind of heavy, and I'll keep it light as saying happy birthday to Lynn. I'm not a big birthday person, but I did get Lynn a little something.
That's beautiful.
Because she is so amazing. I won't say her age, but be ready for her to win a lot of first
32.
places and running from here on out.
Yeah.
So with that, our longest meeting, this meeting is adjourned.
Good job.